RPG! 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 RPG!
Hey, everyone. Welcome to the Knights of Last Call. My name is Derek Melinda, and I am excited to be back streaming from home. Hey, thank you, Jake, for 7-month resub. Thank you so much. Yeah, so welcome. Hello, everybody. I'm excited to be here. Just got back from PAX last night, fairly late-ish. And unfortunately, I feel a little con crud coming on my way. I'm sorry to say that we may not have a super long stream tonight because my throat is definitely starting to show the signs. I'm gonna give myself a little bit more light here. Anyways, hopefully everyone is doing very well. Unfortunately, too, we were kind of keeping it a little bit. There we go. Is that good? Yeah, we were keeping it a little bit secret. But tomorrow we were going to do the first of our One Ring sessions with Bob and Tim and Bob's brother, Danny. Unfortunately, I don't want to get anybody sick before the holidays, so I did cancel. Just to be on the safe side. But the good news is that I believe the gentlemen have off the next several Wednesdays, and so I think the plan is to, as we move into December, the first couple Wednesdays in December, we are going to use to do, some One Ring playing. So this is kind of a bonus stream because last week. So last week was PAX Unplugged. It's my first time going to PAX Unplugged. We can talk about that. We'll get into that. But the week before that, we did a bunch of mech games, Lancer, Beacon, which is a fantasy game, but really is a mech game. We did Battle Century G. We did Tenra Bancho Zero, which isn't really a mech game, but it's Japanese inspired, has some mech and mech related stuff. And we had a mech week goal, and we hit it. And so I said, when I get back from PAX, we'll do a first look at a real mech game. And I decided that we would pick something from the Catalyst Games / FASA universe. That is to say, Mechwarrior and or BattleTech. And ultimately, there's sort of two main, as I understand it, RPGs that are kind of out there. There is Mechwarrior Destiny, and there is also Mechwarrior A Time for War. Now, I'm not 100% sure on the exact differences between them. I'm not 100% sure on how each game system is different, but I understand that Mechwarrior Destiny seems to be, to me, to be presented as a little bit more narrative forward. It's less about sort of an excuse to play BattleTech. My understanding of Mechwarrior A Time for War is it's almost like an expansion to BattleTech, and just to kind of give you like a little bit of extra, like, stuff to do with your pilots and make it a little bit more first-person-y while you play BattleTech, is my understanding. So we'll see. We'll see how Mechwarrior Destiny may be different, but we can certainly get into that. So hello and welcome. What's up, Thaddeus? Thaddeus is one of many patrons that I got an opportunity to hang out with and get to meet for the first time in person at PAX Unplugged. It was a really, really awesome convention. 3 days went by really, really fast. However, there were casualties. Thank you, Forsyth, for the 7-month resub. Look at everybody with the resubs. I appreciate you. There were some casualties. And that unfortunately brings us to tonight's tip goal, which is emergency refit Phoenix protocol. Unfortunately, let me see if I can bring this up here. There were some casualties. And let me see if I can do this here in a way that won't. There we go. This is the bill of sale for my replacement for my laptop. Unfortunately, it is a $397 repair. I did put $275 down payment down, but the total of the repair is $397, which I will admit is a real kick in the nuts. Now, again, you know, when you're now, see, look, we're not playing Lancer. Okay. I can't just go 3D print another laptop. So unfortunately, my Knights of Last Call laptop was flung so callously as I was excitedly trying to look to someone. It fell like a whopping 2 feet onto concrete and landed exactly on this corner, unfortunately. And that, unfortunately, shattered the screen. And it flickers now also, by the way. So this is actually pretty good right now, but it'll start to flicker here in a second. It also broke and damaged this corner, and that whole thing cracked, and this thing cracked. And unfortunately, it is usable. It is usable, which is good. I don't have to get a new laptop. However, it is basically not usable. So I do have to get it repaired. So the new tip goal is the emergency refit Phoenix protocol to try to repair my laptop and bring it back. So if anybody wants to support me and a tip goal for that, I would be very appreciative for that, because yeah, that was another expense. This year has been the year of expenses that Derek didn't think he was going to have to pay, and unfortunately, that has been the beat of the century. Thank you, Jake. Thank you, Jake.
Jacob Online tipped $10. 1 Phoenix feather.
Right, 1 Phoenix feather at a time. That's all we need. Why don't you have an Apple and Apple Care? Because I hate Apple, and I therefore hate Apple Care. But also, there's no reason for me to have Apple Care. I think Apple products are. I have a hard time using them. I find them to be very user unfriendly. And Mr. Blawface, thank you.
My Blawface tipped $5. Laptop fund.
Thank you, Mr. Blawface. I really, really appreciate you. Thank you so much. Every little bit helps. I really appreciate it. I know, we're going into the holidays and all this other stuff, but just, not something I was not something I wanted to have happen, unfortunately. So I really, really appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Blawface. Yeah, like Apples have a lot of, lockdown on what they can repair and all this other stuff. How convenient, Mark. Yes. They're like, hey, we'll sell you a product, and then we'll make it so that you can't repair it anywhere else, and we'll make it really, really difficult for third parties to repair it. But look at the good news. We'll sell you a care package that you can use to repair it. So shout out, though. Well, CCAV, I don't know where, I think that in any situation, it depends on where you're looking. I know people, our friend of the show, Jess Redicop, she was staying out by the airport, and she probably paid, I'm going to guess, under $200 a night for her hotel room. She had to take a train or an Uber in to get to the convention in the morning. But, there are ways to make it affordable. That being said, I'm like you. I mean, I'd rather stay nearby. But of course, in my case, I was crashing with Steven Glicker. So, I stay where he stays, right? So I'm definitely not complaining, for sure. Thank you, Klopster. Appreciate you. Actually, Klopster, the First Look Fund reset. So it's actually not closing out the First Look Fund. That was an old one. So there you go. But thank you, Klopster. I really appreciate it. Every little bit helps, Klopster. But I really appreciate you. So I started with, I started with flip phones. I think my first line of phones was Samsung. I guess that used Android. Then I had 2 iPhones. And I found them to be very unsatisfying. I got an iPhone because my girlfriend at the time wanted to be able to use FaceTime and Apple Chat or whatever. I don't know why that made a difference, but she wanted to be able to use the emojis that she wanted to be able to use. And So I had one, but I found that the battery life became very bad very quickly. And I didn't really, I found like it was just the more I updated, the faster the battery seemed to die. That was my general experience with it. Overall, I don't think it was too bad. I also thought at the time the haptic feedback on the keyboard was really, really horrible. But thank you. Starfinder first look. Well, CCAV, we did look at every single class already. And fundamentally, the rules are just the same as Pathfinder 2. So I don't know what a Starfinder first look would be like, considering that we already spent, I don't even know what, 12, 16 hours, something like that, right? We went over every single class. So anyways, so I shit on Apple products for a very long time. Then I bought I was kind of forced into buying an iPhone, and I had one I actually hiked when I did the Appalachian Trail in 2018. I did that entire trail with an iPhone 8 Max or an iPhone 8 Plus or something. So I did all my pictures and stuff on that iPhone. Again, I mean, no complaints about the camera. I'll say that. Although my Google Pixel, whatever I have, Google Pixel something, is very, very, very nice as well. But I should sell my computers for parts and buy a framework. I don't know that I'm smart enough to be able to do that. I mean, generally speaking, I try to get 5 to 6 years out of a laptop. So I usually buy my laptops from somewhere between $800 to $1,000, give or take. And honestly, nowadays, I could probably spend a lot less. I mostly just use my laptops nowadays for Discord and administrative stuff and web browsing. So I really don't need a strong or beefy computer because I don't do any sort of photo. I don't do editing on it anymore. Hey, Cameron.
While you were away, we got Foundry V14 prototype build, ran when? And we went off the deep end with the Reaches meta mega game brainstorming thread.
Yeah, Karamak. I did see the Reaches thread. Maybe I missed that they announced a V14. That is so perfectly hilarious. Why not? Right? Why not? Just you know what? And then you know what? Before, you know what they should do? They should release V15 before they release V14. That's what they should do. That might be what I have, a Pixel 8 Pro. Hey, thank you, Sinric. Appreciate the resub on 3 months there. I don't think Twitch is set up. I don't think I'm capturing Twitch chat. My apologies. Hold on a sec here. Let's see if I can get Twitch going. What is my Twitch username? Do I know? Do I even know? What is the name of our Twitch channel? Does anybody know? Let's say, what happens if I say hi? Okay, it's just called Knights of Last Call. Knights of Last Call. All right. Let's see. Oh, okay. We got that. Okay. Activate. Okay. That should work. All right. Let's see if that works. Hi. All right. Looks like it's working. Okay. There we go. Sorry, I finally got this thing updated and changed it around. So, anyways, Framework is basically a modular laptop in which you can pick and choose your parts. Oh, okay. So it's basically like a PC build. Yeah, I mean, like I build my own PCs, but I don't know if I'm ready to do that with a laptop just yet. Cinnabos, you are more technically proficient than I am, or you care more about making your family happy. Good luck with the refit. Is this game half of Lancer? I don't know. It's a first look. Oscillate. We will find out together. I do not know, and we'll find out. I don't know. Thank you for the 100 bits, Mr. Blotface. Appreciate you on that one. Cheers to you as well. So, okay, so Denback, yeah, we could talk a little bit about PAX. I mean, again, we're going to talk about Mechwarrior, but I did just get back from PAX, so I'm happy to talk about that very briefly. And again, welcome to the Night to Last Call. If you're new here, we are a TTRPG YouTube channel where we like to educate and entertain, and we basically like to talk about, well, all sorts of different role-playing games. And we're happy to have you here. So I just got back from PAX Unplugged. It was my first time going to PAX Unplugged. This year was my first year going to PAX, period. I went to PAX East, I went to PAX West, aka PAX Prime, and then I went to PAX Unplugged. So I'm going to say a couple of things. These were my observations. One, PAX Unplugged and PAX Prime are first and foremost video game cons. PAX Prime, especially PAX West, the one in Seattle, is very video game focused. So the booth, the vendor area at PAX, well, I should say the expo hall at PAX East in Boston is just one big hall. And all the vendors are kind of stuffed off to one side. And you've got the big, huge Larian Studios booth. You've got the big, huge insert game publisher that I don't know's booth, right? You've got all the big booths. And then tucked over to the side, you've got, Dispel Dice, and you've got Divinity, which sells D&D themed teas. You've got your Pokemon, Magic the Gathering card vendors. You've got your tchotchke vendors. And then, yes, Roll for Combat selling TTRPGs. There were a good number of RPG vendors, but not a lot. There were a good number of vendors, but not a lot of TTRPG vendors. Very few at PAX East. At PAX West, I would say that the way PAX West was designed is they actually had two convention centers that are connected by a big, walkway. And one convention center was all video games. And this is where people are waiting in line 1-2 hours so that they can demo, I don't know, some new Nintendo Switch game, which comes out in 2 weeks. That's the big deal at PAX. There are some weird things about PAX that I don't like, just because I'm so used to going to Gen Con and Origins. One is, this is a minor thing, but one is your badges aren't personalized. Your badges just say, 3-day pass, or they say Saturday or Friday. You don't have your name on them. They're not personalized. Now, I guess that's a lot of work, but I just don't like it. I like having a personalized badge. It's also nice because then you can look at somebody and you can see what their name is, which I find to be very helpful. Or if somebody is a vendor and they work with a company, you could see what company they work for, which is, again, I think also very helpful and very useful because you're meeting a lot of people. Number two, the way that Gen Con and Origins works. Now, there are disadvantages to this system. I'm not going to say there's not. But the way Gen Con and Origin systems work is all the events are set up in advance, and then you have to buy tickets or reserve tickets. It's usually a fairly modest fee, or it's free. But you basically sign up for the events in advance. At PAX, everything is first come, first serve. And they don't really do game events the way they do at Gen Con. Instead, they have just a massive open gaming area. And so if you're very socially outgoing, I think you can have an easier time at PAX, because I think in order to really be able to play games at PAX, you kind of have to either, one, know a bunch of people already, right? You already have friends that you came with, or you already have friends that that are going to PAX, or friends from the industry, or friends from other conventions. Or you have to be willing to basically sit down and say, hey, can I play that with you? That being said, I don't think I saw a trillion people playing board games, but I don't know that I really saw too many people playing RPGs, except for, there was a dedicated Paizo area where they were running Pathfinder Society. But outside of that, and maybe Baldwin Games was running Adventure League. But other than that, I didn't really see it because, pickup RPGs isn't really a thing that exists so much. Although Smith did for several years run a pickup RPG table. It was kind of like an open table at Gen Con. It was pretty sweet. But I will say this. PAX Unplugged impressed me with the level of the level of quality of the gamers that I met. Obviously, I met a handful of my patrons, which was amazing. But I have, complained somewhat that Gen Con has sort of been co-opted as sort of a more of a, it's sort of the big event. It's the low, it's kind of the lowest common denominator. There are a lot of people who go to Gen Con who, how can I put this? Like, there might be people that go to Gen Con and they don't really play games. They really like Critical Role. Now, there's nothing wrong with that, but they're just like, they're there to just like soak it all in. And it's really swollen the amount of people that go to Gen Con, which I do not love. But like overall, a lot of the people that I see at Gen Con don't really strike me as like hardcore gamers. I think at PAX Unplugged, you had a lot of hardcore gamers. People that were a lot more tapped in to, a wide variety of games. And I'm just saying this from two reasons. One, as a vendor. When we were at PAX East, PAX West, and yes, even Gen Con, right? Roll for Combat sells 5e and Pathfinder 2nd Edition books. That's it. At Gen Con even, I would say at least half, maybe more than half, maybe 60%. We'll go with 2/3 of the people who came up to our booth at Gen Con, when we kind of do our pitch, we'll say something like, do you play D&D or Pathfinder 2nd Edition? And so many people said no. Hey, thank you, Taco Loco.
Loco 787 tipped $15. Did you reach your goal for PC fix?
Well, not yet, but I will. Thanks to your help. Thank you so much for that. I really appreciate that. Again, every dollar helps here. This was an unexpected expense that I was not expecting. Obviously, that's what makes it unexpected. And I really, really appreciate you all trying to help me out here as I get this thing repaired. Because especially when I like travel and, if I do streams when I'm remote, I mean, that's one of the reasons I didn't stream at PAX is because my laptop got smashed. So I really, really appreciate you. Okay, Gen Con. Now, there's a lot of reasons to be at Gen Con. Okay, you could be there to play board games. You could be there to play card games. But there were so many people who didn't play, or maybe they said, I played Baldur's Gate 3. At PAX Unplugged, I honestly think it was like 80% of people said, oh, yes. Like, not like, I played D&D years ago. No, 80% of the people that walked, that we pitched to, not just that came up to the booth, right? But we kind of pitched to everybody, said, I'm playing D&D, or I'm playing D&D and Pathfinder 2. Very rarely, I'll be honest with you, very rarely did we ever meet somebody who only played Pathfinder 2. We certainly met people who said, I played 5e and Pathfinder 2, and I prefer PF2, but you know the spiel. Oh, I play D&D and Pathfinder 2. Oh, I prefer Pathfinder 2. But, my GM / my group / will only play 5e, And so, but they were by and large, to my experience as a vendor, a much more focused gamer crowd than they were at the other conventions. Additionally, from a vendor perspective, Gen Con, which is obviously massive, but PAX Unplugged impressed me with its size. But the vendors at Gen Con are really, there's a lot of different, you got vendors that just sell t-shirts and pins and what I'll call nerd paraphernalia. By and large, most of the booths at PAX Unplugged were, gamer booths. They were selling TTRPG or board game products. Like, they were really, really, selling games, not just like gamer accessories. So that was pretty cool. And I saw all of the, all the major players were there. All the big players were there. I was a little disappointed. I saw after the fact that Mike Underwood said, oh, hey, you can see me for a brief second at the Daggerheart panel. I'm down in the front row with the Dungeon Dudes. And I remember when they called out the Dungeon Dudes at the beginning of that panel, but I didn't see Mike and I didn't know he was there. And I was like, Mike, I didn't see, I didn't know you were there. I would have tried to meet up with you, which was, because that'd been cool to shoot the shit with Mike and pick his brain a little bit. So I really liked that. The The size and the crowds were wonderful compared to Gen Con. It was just the right amount of people. It was busy, but not overwhelming. So I really liked how gamer focused it was. And then if you need if that hasn't convinced you that this place was a rarefied location full of some elite gamers, then if nothing else if that convinced you, then this will. I know I got recognized more at this convention, which is only 3 days long, okay, than I have all year from 2 PAXs, a Gen Con, and an Origins. Like, if you combine all of those conventions times 2, I got, people were like, hey, I just want to thank you for the content, or hey, can I grab a quick selfie, or oh, hey, it's Derek from Nice Last Call. People were really nice, and they were really going up to me. But let's call it what it is. If you know who I am, okay, you are, you're deep in. All right, right? I'm not your, like, if you recognize XP to level 3, or you recognize Ginny D, okay, like, I get it. I would expect at this point that those people are good. Everyone knows who those people are at this point. But to recognize Derek from Nights of Last Call, exactly. Big nerd, super nerd. You are deep on the gamer influencer iceberg. Correct, Dankaz. I am way down at the bottom. We're in the deep. Roll for Combat coming in here with everybody knows Derek. Yes, everybody knew Derek. I don't want to say everybody knew Derek, but it was a much higher percentage. And again, I don't suddenly blame that to our massive increase in popularity. What I blame it on is that there were just a lot of people there that are what I'll call, pretty hardcore gamers. And by and large, I saw that. And, I'm also kind of a nerve, kind of like, I'm a little nosy, and I'd look in what's in people's bags, like what were they buying? Was it a bunch of tchotchkes? No, like, that one guy was like, I finally bought every single thing that they sell for Dice Throne, and I was like, fuck yeah, Dice Throne's awesome. And then, we started talking about Dice Throne, and this person was very clearly passionate about Dice Throne. But I mean, to see somebody walking around with, $250 a Dice Throne, I'm like, okay, you're a gamer with capital G gamers. Exactly, Karama. So I really appreciate that. So Tectomancer, Just Read a Cop, says, I'm also frustrated by the lack of names on PAX badges. I get so much anxiety when I have to approach people I know online but haven't met in person, and I have to ask, so excuse me, are you so-and-so? And Jess, you are spot on the money. That's exactly where I get tripped up. Like, I'll give you an example. I got to meet all the Darrington Press people at Gen Con, and it was really cool, and they're really nice. And obviously, I remember some of their names, Spencer, Stark, but, and Darcy and stuff. But I don't remember everybody's name, and I know that I've met them, and it's just kind of frustrating and embarrassing to kind of go up and be like, hey, we met at Gen Con, and I don't remember your name. So, that's a little tough. Or like you think you know who that person is, but you don't want to like bother them. And then it's like, they are, then you can say it, whatever. And yeah, so, you could do it on the cheap, if you're willing to, be a little bit further from it. And I am a spoiled baby, and I do like to be very close for Gen Con because that's how I like to do it, but it's fine. And Mr. Bloffe saying that, they had a similar experience at Gen Con. Gooey Cube Youth, obviously selling 5e stuff, which is, you get a lot of people at Gen Con who are just like, I don't play D&D, or is that Baldur's Gate 3? Cinnabos says, I am surprised you got out of there so lightly if the booths were so good. Well, Cinnabos, there's a reason. There's a tip goal to repair my damaged laptop screen and damaged laptop. It's because, money is running tight. We'll just say that. So I was a little bit judicious with what I bought this year. So what did I buy at PAX? Well, for starters, the first thing I bought wasn't something I bought, which was a gift from Mr. Steven Glicker at Roll for Combat. The first day before it opened up, we were walking around the hall, and we went over to Leader Games, and I saw that they had a ARCS playmat. And if you've played any board games, you'll know that a lot of board game companies now are offering a more deluxe feature, which is instead of a board, you get basically a neoprene mat, which I think is just much nicer. It's a nicer play experience. It's easier for the cards. It's just a much nicer thing. So I saw this and I went, ooh. And so then at some point, like on the first day when Steven was going around kind of, shopping a little bit, he picked this up for me and brought this back to me. And he says, here, don't say I don't ever get you anything. So thank you, Steven. This was very nice. So I love ARCS. ARCS is awesome. And I was really excited to get that. Okay. The next thing that I bought was a gift for Bob. So Bob, so obviously just this last week, and we finished our campaign 0, season 0 of Dragontide, which is our Dragonbane mega game. And it's, to my knowledge, Bob owns everything for Dragonbane except the GM screen. So I bought Bob the GM screen for Dragonbane from the Free League booth. Then from Studio 2, I bought An Infinity of Ships. This is a book that Ben Asaro from our Discord, who is also there, by the way, I got to meet him. That was pretty cool. Introduced me to a while ago when he was running his Mind Jammer game. And I just thought it was such a pretty ship. I thought it was such a pretty book. It has all these cool Oracle tables in it for designing cool ships and cool, technobabble. I think this is a really cool book. And I don't know when I'm going to be running any sort of sci-fi game, but I have so few sci-fi books that I wanted it. And it's, it's this nice little, digest size factor, and it's not that thick. So it'll fit nicely on the shelf. And so I bought that. Now we get into the deep nerd cuts. I don't know when I'm going to run the One Ring, and I don't know how I'm going to run the One Ring. But I did buy 4 sets of, I basically bought all the sets of dice that they had at the booth. So I bought all of Free League's One Ring dice. So that, if you play the One Ring with me, you will have your official, authentic One Ring dice. And then, in the ultimate nerd thing, I bought this. This is a brand new game. No, I'm just kidding. This is the One Ring 2nd edition, which I already own. Now, you all are very smart. I bought this for myself, not to give away. That would be a good guess, but I bought it for myself. Why did I buy this? I'll give a hero point to the first person who can figure it out. Haha, Thanksgiving Moria Soul Play. We're a little bit earlier. To get an autograph would be a good idea, except there was nobody there from Free League. Free League mostly just sends their, minions to work their their things. Well, that's actually not true. At Gen Con, they come to Gen Con. Marker ribbon, no, not correct. Signed by Tolkien, I wish. No. You like the alternative art cover? No, this is the same cover as the one I have. One to collect, one to play? No. Same thing as what FL4G said. One to keep, one to collect. No. Denbach got it right.
I am strong, strong, strong.
This is the 3rd printing of the One Ring. My hard copy book is a first printing, and this has all of the updated errata. So I wanted a post errata hard copy. Since I tend to run games off of the hard copy, not a PDF, I didn't want, and I don't know the game intimately well enough, I didn't want to make any mistakes, and I just wanted a, correct version. So there we go. Well, we're all sick in our own ways, for sure. Guess what? That's it. That's all I got. Now, part of it is I was flying, so I couldn't buy as much as I did, say, at Gen Con. But that's it. That's all I had. That's all I got from PAX. So that's it. No more cons for the year. It was really cool. It was a lot of fun. Again, I think I'm coming down with the crud a little bit, but all in all, I thought it was a lot of fun. It was a blast. And of course, I just wish I had an opportunity to play more games. That's it. It's the only thing I can say. Jess got Stew Pot, Cat Crawl, and a Ministry of Lost Things puzzle box. I bought a puzzle box at Gen Con. The 1 year. That was like the only thing I bought. We did get sushi. The last night after PAX closed, Steven and I went to a sushi restaurant. That was pretty good. It was pretty good. We ordered way too much sushi. So, with all that being said, it's time to roll for no. It's time to get into it. All right, let's take a look at Mechwarrior Destiny. Now, right off the rip, we can see here that there are many things to love about this cover art. For starters, we clearly have a pilot in an actual cockpit, and they are clearly in some sort of mech, and they are driving the mech with, their hands instead of their, I don't know, their tendril feelings. And they are fighting what also appears to be an actual mech. You'll also notice things like damage and stuff. That's actually something that I noticed about I noticed about the art from Lancer is I noticed that people can't help themselves. But when you draw mech art, it is like almost automatic to sort of draw it, looking kind of battle scarred. And I realized that nothing in Lancer should ever look battle scarred, because you just throw your mech away and 3D print a new one after every mission. And I realized that was kind of part of the reason why I like battle scarred mechs. I like seeing that it has some history to it. I like the idea. It's like me with like a physical character sheet. I want to have that connection to my walking tank. And so I do like that. But some of the stuff looks rugged for sure. But in terms of like looking beat up and having that sense of like, me and this mech, we've been through a lot together. I've piloted this thing through war, and in Lancer, you kind of just throw your mech away and bust out a new one, and then you're like, oh, I'll swap out my mech and get a new mech, and I'll switch it up from mission to mission, and like you don't have any sort of connection with your mech because it's just a throwaway consumable, basically. All right. Command your destiny. The year is 3025. War rages across the vast interstellar empires of the inner sphere as the militaries of the successor states vie for dominance over 1,000 light years of inhabited worlds. And the king among these battlefields, towering battle mechs and the mech warriors who pilot them. Behind each battle lie 1,000 unseen strings, court intrigues, wars of intelligence and counterintelligence, corporate greed, and more. Who will you align with? The samurai culture of House Kurita, a crusader for freedom in House Davian, or a House Steiner champion? Mechwarrior Destiny is a new way to dive into the action-packed BattleTech universe. Based on the easy-to-learn Q system, Mechwarrior Destiny is a narrative-focused role-playing experience that has all you need to grab some equipment, load your sidearms, strap into a mech, an aerospace fighter, or a tank to fight for what you believe in, be it honor, glory, or even the almighty C-bill. Loads of characters, mechs, and other military hardware make it easy to start trading fire on the battlefields of the 31st century. Mechwarrior Destiny also includes rules for incorporating play into BattleTech's Total Warfare and Alpha Strike games. So, BattleTech fans in the chat, you may need to help me out. My understanding is that BattleTech Total Warfare is like the real BattleTech game, right? The one where you've got the really, you got the sheets with all the dots on them, and you're tracking the damage and the internals and the heat meters, and you're hex-based and you're facing and you're doing all that stuff. That's the real steel deal. Alpha Strike, I understand, was sort of a quick, it's almost like the kill team version of BattleTech, which I believe was a very simple and easy to use version of their game. So it looks like potentially, maybe, that this game itself doesn't actually have any mechs, Maybe it just relies on using one of two different game systems in order to play your game. Under license from Tops. That's interesting. All right, so here is our table of contents. So we start with an introduction. Then we have a primer to basically the world of BattleTech. You know, who are these houses? What are the powers? Then we have the rules of engagement. Before the dice begins, we basically have some information about, you know, very briefly. Actually, so far, I kind of like the way that this is laid out. We got a basic, you know, 8-page primer on the basic world of BattleTech. Then we get information about how does a character work? What's the character sheet? Again, this is only 3 pages, but it walks us over a character sheet. I love when games do this, by the way. It's one of my favorite things. Your character sheet is first and foremost the thing that you're going to spend the most time with. So learning it through the lens of the character sheet, I think, is the best way to do this. Then we learn how to play the game. Note, all of this happens before we make our character. So we get information about the game master. We get information about scenes, mission, and stories. What they call talk time, might Derek call FBT. Well, to be clear, Elia, Total Warfare is literally a miniature fighting game. Total Warfare is just it's not an RPG. It's just a battle game that you play on the board. Rolling dice, the core mechanic, personal combat, optional, using miniatures. Okay. Then we get information about mech scale combat. Okay, so it does look like there are some information here for mechs and how that works. Again, I apologize. Like I said, I'm definitely getting sick. I may cough a bit. We get information about attacks and heat, piloting, building, and the like. Then we have building your destiny. Not really quite sure what this is about, but all right. Controlling destiny, passing the microphone, traditional role-playing versus the queue system. Okay. Keeping it civil and preventing abuse. Code of conduct. Interesting. Okay, so we are getting some narrative stuff here. How to integrate personal combat and mech scale combat. Again, and optional to use miniatures. How to create a mission briefing. And then finally, at page 68, we actually get into character creation. So after we've done, you know, how to learn the game, we finally get to character creation. And by the way, I'm a fan of that. Then we have some sample PCs. And then we get a bunch of sample NPCs. And then we get some sample mission briefings. And then it looks like we get 30 or 40 pages of mechs. And then we get 20 or 30 pages about how to integrate this into your tabletop game. And let's call it what it is. I think most people who are playing this game are probably BattleTech players, right? So it's interesting that they have a way to sort of convert between the two of them. And then lastly, there is an appendix, which appears to be sort of maybe a campaign setting of types. I'm not really quite sure what Clan Invasion and Inner Sphere 3040 is. Obviously, that's a year, but it looks like it's maybe different eras within the BattleTech universe. And some different mechs. I believe Omni mechs are clan mechs. They're like more advanced, I think, than the Inner Sphere mechs. In fact, you can see here the Timberwolf, aka the Mad Cat. But I think the clans call it a Timberwolf, and the Inner Sphere calls it a Mad Cat. Again, please correct me if I'm wrong. All right. So we start with, believe it or not, BattleTech has a lot of fiction and there's a lot of lore and there's a lot of like, actually written fiction. So we start with, fiction, which we'll skip, but it is there. A lot of fiction. Okay. So here we go. BattleTech is the 31st century and the interstellar nations of the inner sphere. Battle mechs. 10-meter tall humanoid machines of destruction capable of carrying more firepower than a dozen modern-day tanks. Now, am I biased? Yes. Is this what I expect out of a mech? Yes. 10-meter tall humanoid machines of destruction, a lot of firepower, modern-day tanks. And you are in the cockpit of said mech. In Mechwarrior Destiny, that story, much like BattleTech, is king. There are plenty of opportunities to throw dice, but those opportunities exist to move the story forward. This is not a war game. This is a storytelling role-playing game. In Mechwarrior Destiny, every player's contribution to the story stretch beyond the actions of the characters. They have a chance. Okay, so we are getting some narrativist elements here. They have a chance to add elements to the story, from the appearance of new characters to the existence of secret groups to the description of unusual objects and more. So this is a hard and narrative type mechanics, right? Where you can mechanics that are very non-diegetic, right? That serve the fact that we are trying to create a story and are doing so directly. So already there's going to be a ton of people who are going to be like, bleh, vomiting in the corner. They get to challenge each other, but most of all, they get to introduce ideas that will make the game exciting and memorable. And that will help them experience the adventure that makes BattleTech one of the most enduring sci-fi universes of all time. And that, in a nutshell, is what narrativist game mechanics, in my opinion, are all about. Is that it empowers everyone to be able to introduce ideas that will make the game exciting and memorable, and have everybody feel like a real contributor, instead of, giving all that up so that the game, quote unquote, feels real and that your character, like you get to actually feel like a battle mech warrior. I don't want that out of an RPG. If I really wanted that, I guess I would go probably play a Mechwarrior game. We get to do everything, though. We get to charge a mech across a fiery battlefield. We get to blast through dogfights in aerospace fighters. We can navigate the seeds of spies and counterintelligence and all the like. This book, along with some 6-sided dice and some counters, is all you need to play. So it's only D6. Here's what you'll find. The BattleTech primer is your guide to the setting and the role of your character. The rules of engagement is everything that you need to know when you're outside of your mech. Mech scale combat covers all the rules that you need to do when you're in your multi-ton mech. So similar to like almost every game that we've seen, we basically have kind of 2 separate systems, one for in your mech and one for outside of your mech, which, I can buy to a certain extent because they are just so different. No, okay. Building your destiny focuses on players and what they can do to make the game as fun as possible, while controlling destiny is advice for your GM. Enlistment guides you through the process of making a character, and then there's some sample characters. Mission briefings is a collection of missions, which, basically starting GM adventures, more or less. The Warrior's Catalog features handy lists of weapons, equipment, mechs, and other items that are usable during general reference. Tabletop integration highlights ways that the Destiny role-playing game elements can be incorporated into an ongoing game of BattleTech or Alpha Strike. And then if you want to play in a different era, the appendix Clan Invasion era is an appendix for playing in a different era of the game. Now, certain optional, there's a sidebar here for additional sources. For example, relying on other books made from that area, including those who wish to know more about the details and histories. There are the technical readouts from various time periods within the time, if you want like all the, techno babble lore. But most importantly, because this is what a lot of people wanted to know, and I want to know too, Mechwarrior Destiny versus A Time for War. So A Time for War is the other Mechwarrior game. Mechwarrior Destiny, why is there an apostrophe in front of mech? Because mech is an abbreviation. It's technically battle mech, so you're using the apostrophe to indicate that you are abbreviating it. Like, if you were to say, the way we do it with like isn't, and we use an apostrophe to represent the O. True, it could be an omni-mech. I guess that's true. Mechwarrior Destiny is a new alternative fast play BattleTech RPG, which places the emphasis on story, both in and out of the cockpit, and letting players have more freedom than in traditional RPGs, aka it's a more narrativist game. By comparison, A Time of War, the previously released BattleTech RPG rule set, offers players a more detailed role-playing experience using a deeper set of rules, aka I'm reading it as it's way more simulationist. Mechwarrior Destiny thus represents an additional option for BattleTech role-playing rather than a replacement for A Time of War. So player groups can choose which rules they prefer. Groups that want a traditional, detailed-oriented RPG experience might lean towards A Time of War, whereas groups looking for a game that focuses more on story, action, player choice, minimal game master prep, simplified character creation, and the seamless integration of easy-to-resolve mech scale combat might gravitate towards Mechwarrior Destiny. And it goes without saying that these days, that is definitely me. The choice between the systems depends on player preference. By the way, they're noting here that A Time to War, Mechwarrior Destiny does not replace it. They are, parallel game product lines. So that is very interesting. So yeah, so I'm guessing that A Time of War is much more, crunchy, simulationist, lots of stuff. Now, right off the rip, I mean, just not only are these mechs cool and way cooler than any of the other mechs that we looked at, but I love how like they look, the schematics, they look like they could be real machines. And I think that's really, really cool. So here is just a primer to BattleTech, but basically it is science fiction space opera. And you have, war among the stars in the 31st century, and you have great noble houses. There's kind of like a feudal system that kind of rose out of the fall of the the Star League, and you have basically this battle, all these battling people, and then I believe at some point like some people got like banished because they were basically like you perfectly bioengineered clones, and those are the clans, and then they came back, and there was like all these wars with them, and everyone's like hated them because they represented kind of invaders. So there's this really rich and detailed lore, and this is pretty cool. So we got information here about what is a battle mech. They stand between 7 to 16 meters tall. They weigh between 20 to 100 tons. They are powered by a fusion reactor core. They are a skeleton of honeycombed foamed aluminum core wrapped with stressed silicon carbide monofilament and sheathed by a rigid titanium steel shell. The locomotion is generated via bundles of polyacetylene fiber myomer muscles. They are protected by aligned crystal steel over a layer of boron nitride impregnated with diamond monofilaments. They are mounting a swath of powerful weapons from charged particle beams and lasers to missiles and rapid-fire autocannons. And they are piloted by mech warriors, the noble elite. So there's an element here within BattleTech, too, that I think kind of scratches at that kind of sci-fi gear porn aspect that I think we all love. Because none of this matters. It's all technobabble gobbledygook. But, skeleton of honeycombed foamed aluminum core wrapped with stressed silicon carbide monofilament is the kind of technobabble gobbledygook that we're in for here. So, again, they are humanoid-like in shape, but ultimately they are, much more tanky than some of the other mechs that we've seen, particularly the sort of anime Gundam style mechs. Yes, exactly. The mech works by insert technobabble here. So they talk about the world of BattleTech, and they talk about the world of this. Now, I fundamentally gear porn, no, but what's everybody's favorite LRM model? Okay, all right, valid question. Let me see if I can bring up the poll here. Polls. Oh, I have a new poll. Let's see here. Let's see. I think it's what do you have? I know there's an LRM 5. I think this is 5. I think it's 5, 10, 15, 20, I think. I could be wrong, but copy link. All right. Poll is going up. All right. Oh, gotta make it retro gaming. There we go. All right. Vote for your favorite LRM model. Wes Lawrence says, I have no idea what an LRM is. An LRM is a long-range missile. And the number indicates how many missiles it fires per salvo, basically. So obviously an LRM-20 fires a lot of missiles, but you're going to go through your ammunition very, very quickly. I also believe that the LRM, they are guided missiles once you lock on. So yeah. Ken says nothing like a full-on missile boat. I like that we're all in on this. Okay, so you know what? We need to get serious here. Okay, we're just joking around here. Okay, all right. Pick a preference. Okay, missiles. All right. Now this is a real tough question, right? If you have to pick one, do you prefer missiles? Do you prefer autocannons? I know PPCs are all right, fine. PPCs are lasers. I consider them to be different though. To me, PPCs are, big, huge, massive electro bolts, but I will buy. Obvious is a BattleTech master, but I always consider them to be very different because I just remember them being like massive heat generation and oh, that's true. I forgot about Gauss technology. But isn't Gauss technology technically kinetic? Okay, they're energy weapons, so I'm technically correct. I'll take that. ERPPCs, that's it, by the way, ER in BattleTech language means extended range, are great for the clans. Huge heat costs, though. Voinupula says kinetic all the way. I'm shocked at the amount of kinetic lovers here in the chat. Is there a rail rifle? Yes, there is Gauss weaponry. I believe Gauss weaponry uses magnetic accelerators to hyper accelerate a projectile. I did forget to include that. That is technically a thing. Although technically it is a kinetic weapon. So look how everyone gets like suddenly it's like everyone's a freaking expert here, like, oh, this is so heat efficient. And they're like, well, I prefer kinetics for the clan mechs and less so for the inner sphere. It's just all right. Well, look, people talk about what kind of build that you want to have. Well, you know what? This is a game where I am okay with you making a build. This is a celebration of Mechwarrior. That's what we do. So, anyways, we got a lot of history. Not a lot, but they give us 3 or 4 pages about the different houses. Again, it's basically a feudal system. You're basically kind of like a knight, and your mech is kind of like your horse. You're kind of this noble. There's kind of this feudal power struggle system. I don't really know all of the houses, but I do know House Steiner. That's like one of the few ones that I actually know. Thank you, Cal.
Calderiarch tipped $5. So your last pool was invalid because the best LRM is the trebuchet, cause if you're using LMRs on anything else you're a clown, lol.
Cal says I did not make a valid, I did not do a valid poll because apparently the best LRM is the trebuchet. I don't know the trebuchet. Well, we were only looking at LRMs. We weren't looking at SRMs. Oh, it's a joke. I did not know that. Okay. Thank you, Cal. I'm not cool enough to get the joke. I'm apologizing. Julian, thank you, Cal, by the way. Trebuchet, assuming is a type of mech. I don't know all the mechs. I will say. Autocannons make clan mechs great because they fill up all their free tonnage with heavy point efficient weapons. So their insane designers can't fill it with nonsense. So I'll also point out that again, I'm going to go to a side by side here. This basically the known space. This is the inner sphere, is basically divided into these regions and territories, right? So this is a very classic. I mean, it's basically Game of Thrones, War of Five Kings. You have these different, houses that are sort of fighting, if you will, after the sort of Commonwealth, collapsed. I don't remember what it's called, the League, Star League or something, Star Nation or something. The Star League. I don't remember what it's called, but it collapsed, and you basically have these, different things. So you can see how many worlds they have here. So House Steiner has 443 inhabited worlds. House Merrick has 333. House Davion has 509, etc., etc. Right, Ken. That's also important. No aliens.
Metropolis tipped
Hey,
$10.
thank you.
It seems BattleTech treats mechs like rare feudal war relics fought by aristocrats. Gundam mobile suits are mass-produced weapons in an industrial war machine. You just order more. One is scarcity and decay, the other is scale and ideology.
Yeah, Dr. Metropolis and Lancer, I think, definitely falls towards that with the 3D printing of mechs and a kind of a post scarcity. Now, I don't want to say that. And again, people here are much more proficient in BattleTech, so by all means, please correct me. Mechs aren't like super rare where there's like, it's not like the what are they called from Pacific Rim, right? What are they called? I just want to call them kaiju, but they're not called kaiju. But they're not like, oh, it's Gypsy Danger. It's it's whatever. But they are, I would say so. I wouldn't say that they are rare, but they are not like completely Jaegers. Thank you, Jaeger mech. I actually think they're called Jaeger mechs, I believe. But there is an idea that they're not just a completely throwawayable resource. The way I would approach to looking at them is like tanks in maybe like World War II, which isn't to say that that's not to say that that the tanks couldn't be produced. But and during the World War II era, a tank could change the course of a battle, and they weren't so commonplace as to be not a massively powerful resource. And especially like for the German army, their tanks were very superior, but they were also harder to maintain and much more costly to build. So there's kind of a trade-off there as well. But yeah, but I don't want to give the impression that it's like Warhammer, right, where all these mechs are 10,000 years old and we've lost the technology, how to make them. And, it's from the dark age of science and technology and we have to appease their machine spirits. It's again, I think it's probably more appropriate to call them like a tank. So Derek says, BattleTech in general is kind of mid dark ages. Lots of old tech people don't fully understand, so you can't just make stuff whenever you want. Supply lines are important. Right. To me, it feels a lot like World War II. Right. So I think that's probably a very reasonable trade-off there, Correct. That's another good point, right? You know, mechs kind of run the gamut from light mechs or even like industrial mechs, you know, to the full proper battle mechs, you know, but they are valuable. They may not be rare, but they're all valuable. I think that's a good way to put it, Julian. Exactly. Exactly, Cal. So, rules of engagement. Aside from blowing things up, you know, you gotta like it when a game knows what's going on, right? Aside from blowing things up, gameplay in Mechwarrior revolves around two things: building the story and rolling dice. Respect. Note, for ease of reference, the first time an important term is introduced, it will be bolded. Additionally, rules may reference the Q system, which is the name for this rule system. Dice. We use 2d6, 3d6, 4d6. First, you create a character or you choose one. Note, players can easily grab a character sheet and leap into the action based on the name of their character, their tags, cues, or even just the artwork. Designate a game master. Oh. In most tabletop role-playing games, there is someone in charge, a game master or some other title. This person acts as a mastermind behind the game, creating plots and stories. In Mechwarrior Destiny, the game master establishes the setting and runs the game world the players interact with, but the storytelling is quintessentially shared experience. Players have... Oh, never mind. I thought they were saying like you can swap the GM. Players have far more input in how the story will play out than in a traditional role-playing game. And again, we here at Knights of Last Call are familiar with narrativist mechanics, so this isn't like so shocking to us. But if you're coming from a traditional perspective, I think it is. Oh, rotating GM, optional. In standard Mechwarrior play, the GM will remain the same. However, it is not required, much like how game masters operate in many role-playing. However, shared gaming experience can be taken to new heights by rotating the GM, either between scenes or between missions. That's kind of cool. I think that's a potentially an untapped area in TTRPGs. Yeah, I think there's a lot of ways that could work really well, C-Cal. Like you could have, different planets are run by different GMs and all this other stuff, or like you said, a mercenary setting could be pretty cool. All right, so then you select the mission briefing. With more than 1,000 occupied planets in the inner sphere, there is no shortage of missions which you might have to tackle. You may have to rally undersupplied planetary militia against pirates on a backwater world, or you might need to track down an enemy spy, and so on. So basically you have select an adventure, but it seems like the adventures are kind of maybe a little bit, I don't want to say railroaded, but I mean, there's an idea, kind of like in the One Ring, where you're not just like, oh, we're just a bunch of mechs and we just roam around and we do whatever we want. Like, you're part of some sort of structure. You know, you're part of some sort of military or group or noble house, and you're probably going to be getting missions, right? You're not just like wandering Ronin, seeking things. I mean, I suppose you could probably do a game like that, but even then, you're still probably taking on missions for other factions, right? The possibilities for your group are endless. Flip through the mission briefing sections to see the huge variety of mission briefings, from action-oriented combat to stealthy intrigue. A mission briefing has everything that you need to know: the context, the commander's call, the objectives, the cues, the tags, the setting, and the scenes. Everything is up to the discretion of the players. Want to add your own cues? Go for it. You want to change something? That's fine. Game master knowledge versus character knowledge. What information in the mission briefing that's shared with the players is ultimately up to the game master, but it's recommended that you read the context, the commander's call, and the settings. Once you've chosen a characters and a GM and a mission briefing, grab your dice and get ready to climb into your cockpit. Here is your character sheet. It contains all the information you need to tackle any problem, be it in a battle mech, on foot, or otherwise. Let's look at the sheet for Lieutenant Lovisa Bjornstrom. So this is a Mechwarrior Destiny character. So this is, we've got her faction, her age, her rank, her experience level, her height and weight, an XP with a blank box, her tags, which are quick, observant, alert, scout, and runner, Then we got a bunch of lore and personality. None of this stuff seems like it should matter too much. I mean, other than like informing you how you should quote unquote play them. But disposition, dislikes heavy and assault mechs. Again, seems like more like quirks than mechanics. And then we have what appears to be a very small, lightweight mech. We have, similar to BattleTech, it looks like we have boxes which represent armor boxes and structural boxes. We have hit locations. You get hit in the head on a 12 or higher. You get hit in the legs on a 5 or 9, arms on a 3, 4, 10, or 11, and 2, 6, 7, 8. So it looks like it's a 2d6 hit location. I think that's the way BattleTech works too. The Locust, which is what this light mech is only a 20-ton mech, and it only has 2 machine guns, which are mounted in the right arm and left arm. It looks like it's a very simplified system. And this mech itself has the tags of Scout, Bug Mech, Lightning Fast, No/minimal arms, and Ubiquitous. So obviously we know that BattleTech and /Battle Mechs can be far more complicated than this. And obviously a character could probably be far more complex than this, right? If you think about like a Traveler style character or something, you know, with dozens of skills and stats and all the stuff that we expect from a trad RPG. But what it really looks like this game focuses on is this tag system more than anything else. And then obviously for the mech itself, it looks like we get a little bit more crunch. So let's take a look at this character sheet and see what the book says it has here. All right. Oh, never mind. There is a back to it. I spoke too soon. It's crunchier than we thought. All right. Never mind. We're getting into it. That was just the front page. There's 2 pages to your character. All right. So we have strength, rifle. I have no idea what RFL is. Reflexes, int, will, charisma, and edge. They are rated 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, or 3. We have skills, gunnery, piloting, technician, tactics, perception, knowledge. We have life modules. Looks like there's kind of a life path system here. It looks like you get something from your faction, something from your childhood, something from your higher education, and something from your actual life. We have some inventory. We have some traits that look like a bit like feats. And then we have a big list of cues. Now, considering the system is called the cues system, I'm assuming that this has something to do with the way that the game works, and it ties into sort of a narrativist, maybe fate-like aspect system. We also see, while the front of the page had our mech, this has our personal armory, our personal armor, and then we have this kind of tracking system for our fatigue and our physical damage. If I had to guess, it looks like our fatigue and physical condition fills in from the top down. And it looks like as we gain more and more fatigue, we get more and more greater penalties until we're eventually staggered and knocked out. Whereas if we take physical damage, injury, it looks like we keep getting more and more penalties until we become KIA. Yeah, so these look like very much like aspects from Fate. You know, there's something wrong up ahead. About time you guys showed up. I don't have to outfight anyone, just outrun them, etc., etc. Okay. Strength. So let's start here. Strength. This represents how physically strong you are. It also represents your constitution. So strength is con and strength and con. Strength determines your physical damage track and your condition monitor and may allow you to deal extra damage in melee combat. You know, not in a mech, but in real melee combat. Reflexes is hand-eye coordination. It generally covers how good you are in combat, whether ranged, close quarters, or mech to mech, right? Because you're actually a person driving this thing. Intelligence is your mental faculties. Willpower is your desire to push through adversity. It determines your fatigue damage track. So whereas strength determines your physical damage check, your will determines your fatigue. And charisma is charisma. Edge. Whether the autocannon shell narrowly misses your cockpit or you make that impossible shot to down a mech, people have the devil's own luck when it comes to surviving. Edge is, so it's a luck stat, basically, or a plot armor stat, if you want. Edge is a very special number for each character. Unlike the other attributes, it is spent to gain some much-needed help for a particularly difficult role. It replenishes at the beginning of each game sessions. Skills represents your, well, skills and knowledge. We know that. Skills work hand in hand with your attributes to determine the total bonus that you earn when rolling a dice for a test. So we can see, for example, she has a rating of 2 in gunnery. Her reflexes rating is 3, so she has a +5 bonus when making a gunnery check within her battle mech. Life modules. So life modules basically is a life path system. They basically represent, it's basically a backstory generator that actually means something. Each one provides a special bonus and can serve as a Q, which we'll get to in a second. XP is how much XP you have accumulated and is used to improve your character. And it looks like it is a spend XP system because the blank space is used to track of how much unspent XP you have earned. So it doesn't look like it is a level-based system. It looks like it is a earn XP, spend XP based system. So no level, spend your XP. Traits round off your character's personality and affect certain actions. They are often built off of a character's disposition, providing concrete rules for how a character will react in various circumstances, whereas tags define what your character is. Okay? Each character has one positive trait and one negative trait. Okay? Cues. Cues are statements or quotes that define your character's attitudes, capabilities, personality, and more. Each cue can help form the basis of a narration. So we still have to get to that here in a page or two. And then lastly, we have our personal weapons. Weapons are covered more on page 34. The condition monitor tracks our health. Once a character's armor has been depleted, any further damage will go into our condition monitor. There's physical damage and fatigue. Weapons can either hit fatigue or physical. It is a death spiral system. As injuries pile up, you will suffer negative performance. We have some inventory, and we have some hardware stuff as well. All right. So once you have one of these characters, what do you do with it? Well, Mechwarrior is divided. Destiny is broken up into rounds and narrations, scenes, missions, campaigns. Gameplay is divided into a series of rounds. Every player will take a turn to describe and play their character's actions. These are called narrations. As the game progresses, these narrations will build on each other to form a story. A narration gives a player a chance to describe what their character is about to do, as well as describe other character elements. Other players may have something to say. The primary thrust of the narration should be directed by whose turn it is. The narration usually covers a few minutes of out-of-game time, and probably less in-game, before moving on to the next player to keep things flowing. In combat, a narration will typically last as long as it takes to execute a single combat action. In non-combat situations, it might vary a lot more. The general guideline is for narration to last as long as it needs to for the game to stay lively and keep everyone involved. Each round begins with the GM and continues with the player on the GM's left until all players have had a turn at narration. See talk time and spending plot points. I'm getting like Spotlight, Daggerheart, Fear vibes here. But it's also, by the way, for people who don't know this, in Shadowdark, technically, you are always in initiative order in Shadowdark, even when you're not in combat, like officially. I don't know that anybody plays it like that, but officially in Shadowdark, you always basically go around the table in initiative order, even when you're not in combat. Basically, it's a way to like just everybody gets a turn. It's almost like playing like a co-op board game. The GM begins the round by giving a narration of the current situation and advancing the plot. The GM also makes any actions or dice rolls for enemies. Once all players have had a chance to narrate their character's actions, the round ends and a new round begins with the GM. It sounds like a very procedural way of storytelling. Talk time. For most scenes, taking turns will work best to keep this. So remember, we're taking turns. We're going around in, as Thaddeus says, we're kind of passing the spotlight. For most scenes, taking turns will work best to keep the story moving, giving people a chance to be creative on their turn and also provide a structure where people can use plot points. Sometimes, though, the turn-based structure might interfere with the flow of conversation when you're doing something like meeting with your commanding officer, interrogating a prisoner of war, or other activities where multiple people might be engaged. In these circumstances, the GM can declare, or the players can request, talk time, where the turn-based structure of the game is suspended and players can engage in freewheeling conversation. Once the conversation gets beyond mere talk and into tests where dice rolls, it's time to let the story proceed through turns again. Okay, so we have an official terminology. Yes, exactly. I declare talk time. Right. It's very, I'm getting like strong, like, right, exactly, Cinnabos. I declare FBT. So I just love the idea that the GM declares it or the players can request it. I am suspending, it's like declaring martial law. You're like, I am suspending turns and I am declaring talk time. It's like doing this. Hurrah! But saying like FBT, right? Like FBT. All right. So that's how the game works. Scenes. A scene is defined as the start and finish of a given section within the mission briefing. A scene will contain a number of rounds, which will vary depending on what's going on. Look at the mission briefing milk run. Okay. The scene section of that mission briefing outlines 3 different scenes, each of which includes ideas of what the players might need to accomplish to overcome. There's no hard and fast rules for how many rounds are in a scene. Instead, the number of rounds will be based on the number of players involved, their style of play, and their narrations, which ultimately lead to how quickly they're able to accomplish the goals of a scene. We'll go back to 130. So here is Milk Run. So a famine has left tens of thousands starvings. A relief shipment of critical supplies has been hijacked by pirates en route to those most in need, and there's no one nearby to render aid. It's up to the team to find the food and deliver to those counting on it. Commander's call. I guess this is like the pitch that the GM makes. I know I say it a lot, but failure, it's not an option here. Pirates made off with food and medical supplies headed for starving children. It takes a pretty sick person to do something like that. We're going to find the food, punish whoever stole it, and complete the delivery before more innocent people starve. Players will earn 4 XP for completing this mission. Objectives: recover the supplies, deal with the pirates. Cues: the tracks lead this way. That looks like a base. Everybody's got to eat. Horns of a dilemma. Tags: stolen supplies, starving children, dirty pirate scum, heroes or villains. We have a setting information. Then there are 3 scenes with suggested NPCs. And that's it. That's the mission briefing. So it's like a 1-page way to run a session. I wonder if a mission is designed to be 1 session. Let's take a look. A mission usually lasts for a single game session and ends. Okay, so this is starting to get. See, this is already. It's starting to get better for reaches. I'm just saying. Because that's what we need, right? We need a game engine that's designed for missions to be 1 session. A mission usually lasts for a single game session and ends when all the scenes within the mission briefing are completed. For example, one player group may decide after accomplishing the 3 scenes in the Milk Run mission briefing that the mission is done and that they've earned a little R&R. However, another group might decide that they add their 4th scene, which helps them close up some of the plot threads. A third group may not have as long to play, so they play the mission over 2 different gaming sessions. Giving a narration is quite easy. All a player has to do is describe what your character is doing. By the way, that's basically the definition of a role-playing game. All you have to do is describe what your character is doing. That's it. That's a role-playing game. If you do that, you are role-playing. If they describe an action which has a chance of failure, then we make a die roll. Cues are building blocks players can use as a basis for their narrations. Cues are both suggestions and descriptions. They can be positive or negative and never have to be employed the same way twice. If a player draws a blank or wants to make sure that they're staying on topic, they can look at a list of cues or their tags or their traits or their life modules or their inventory or their equipment or even the cues that are on the mission briefing itself and choose an appropriate one to base a narration around. A narration around, by the way, is just literally you describing. It's like this game is like a role-playing game for like people who have only played BattleTech their whole lives and they've never played a role-playing game. So it's like they're turning playing a role-playing game into like a BattleTech game. Collaborative narration, moving the story forward, is about collaborative narration is about creating a story moving it forward. It's always fun to say yes and not no. Say yes and, normal PBTA narrativist mechanics. There's no wrong way to do things in Mechwarrior Destiny. Have the players duck into a sewer to evade an elite squad of Dest operatives, then do it. But be ready for the GM to have a light mech charge down the street and start shooting up the road. All right, so here's where here's where we might lose Alia. Plot points. The most exciting stories have twists you never saw coming. The sudden betrayal of a trusted advisor. A man-portable SRM launcher firing a dud. A spy reporting your actions to nefarious connections. Plot points make all these things happen. In gameplay, plot points may be used in many ways. They are used to interrupt or alter another player's narration, a method of adding a twist to the game. They can also be used to change player turn order, alter a die roll, or gain back a point of physical or fatigue damage. The ways players utilize plot points are only limited by how creative they wish to be. Players will earn and spend plot points throughout the game. Some sort of tracking token is best. Earning plot points. Players begin each game session with 3 plot points each and may be awarded more points by the GM for particularly good narrations. Players may have a maximum of 5 plot points at any time, and only 1 point may be awarded to a player at a time. Only the GM may award plot points. Okay? It's very strange, but I'm so much more comfortable with the phrase, they may be awarded more points by the GM for particularly good narrations than I am with the term role-playing. I don't like that term. I like saying that better than saying for particularly good role-playing. Again, it's a pet peeve of mine, but I just hate the way that, play acting has co-opted role-playing. Anyways, earning plot points, Game Master. The GM also receives plot points. The GM starts each game session with 1 plot point, and every time a player spends a plot point, the GM puts that plot point into their pool. So the GM gets 1 plot point. If the players spend plot points, then the GM gets them. All right. No matter what effect you want to cause, it is 1 plot point, and the change is immediate. Players may not spend more than 1 point at a time to try to maximize a twist, though they can spend multiple plot points during any player's narrations. I don't know what that means. Players may not spend more than 1 point at a time to maximize a twist, though they can spend multiple plot points during any player's narration. Shake it up. Change the turn order for the current round instead of following standard clockwise order. Perhaps you go first at the beginning of the round, or you could go counterclockwise, or you could randomly determine a new starting player for that round, or have the player order jump around the table. Regardless of the change in turn order, each player still only gets 1 turn narration per round. Interesting. Double time it. Take 2 move actions. First aid. Heal a point of damage. Take the hit. If a weaker or injured character is hit by a combat action, then a player can send a plot point to take the hit. The original target's defense roll is ignored, and the interrupting player makes their own defense roll against the attack. A dish, best served cold. Immediately make 1 free attack against the NPC who just attacked you. This does not count as your turn or your narration. During mech scale combat, you can also spend plot points. You can rule that you hit somebody's head. Ejecting. To eject from your mech or arrow fighter and avoid death, you must spend all of your available plot points. Shades of PF2 there. If you want to push it to the limit, you can move a mech scale combat unit from one range to an adjacent range. You can add your will as a bonus to your con check to fight through it. You can downgrade a hit, and you can call in battlefield support to your position using plot points. If you come up with another creative use for plot points, go for it. They are meant to change the game in fun and interesting ways, so don't be afraid to use your imagination. Just remember, plot points don't always have to create a positive change. Plot twists are often a negative event. Something goes wrong and might be fixed and adapted by characters. Ben says, hi, everybody. This is an ugly book. Oh, I see. It says head. Okay, I see. A player that hits their target's head with an attack can apply full damage to the head. Otherwise, it's a glancing blow. Okay, so normally head hits are glancing, but if you do manage to hit the head, you have to spend a plot point in order to apply a full hit. Okay. In an improv game, such as Mechwarrior Destiny, the single greatest issue that can suck the life and energy out of a gaming session is players spending too much time deliberating over their actions and narrations. If you've ever watched an improv play, when a character pauses too long to follow up with just being said, you're thrown out of the action and the energy is gone. If this starts to occur, players should work as a group to help a player to feel more at ease with this style of play. This could be practice sessions outside of the game or finding an enjoyable improv play to watch. That's just disgusting. That could provide an example of how they unfold. That being said, I mean, I definitely think that like we need better tools if people want to get better, quote, at this style of play, rather than the advice being like, go watch Critical Role. Don't do that. That's terrible advice. Okay. So Outercraft says it's interesting that they use the example of a plot twist, and then the mechanics are things like change the turn order or move twice. The core mechanic is 2d6 plus your skill bonus plus any modifiers versus an opposing roll. So this is an opposing roll system, which means I am fundamentally opposed to it. I don't like opposed roll systems. Modifiers. If you have an injury, that can affect your rolls. If you have a positive or negative trait, that can give you a bonus. And sometimes you can't just do it on your own. If you get help, each per instance of help gives you a +1 modifier. And then the GM might assign additional modifiers from +3 to -3, with +3 and -3 being exceptionally rare. Well, not rare, but that's, the rare. Most of the time it's going to be +1 to -1. Things like darkness, light, weather. What we called in 3rd edition, the DM's best friend. By the way, I am so much more in favor of just a very simple system of saying, rather than figuring out a massive table of all the different modifiers, it's just like, look, +3 to -3. If it's really, really, really bad or really, really, really helpful, 3. Otherwise, 1. And maybe sometimes there might be a world where it's like, it's clearly not super extreme, but it feels more, this feels like a -2. Take a -2. Yeah. I mean, I find that like, that's all I need. And yeah, there might be a little bit of inconsistency, but that's what we have a GM for. And your group is going to determine your own, sort of internal system of logic. And I think that makes sense to me. Anyways, interestingly, it is an opposed roll even when there is no opposition. If the test is not opposed, say you're trying to climb a wall, then you still roll dice. It's just 2d6, 3d6, or 4d6, depending on whether the task is easy, average, or hard. Interesting. Like Fabula Ultima, it looks like there are some attribute tests where there's no relevant skill, in which case you might add 2 attributes together, or you might add an attribute to itself. Like if someone wanted to, deadlift, 400 pounds, you might ask them to make a strength plus strength test. If they're trying to catch an object being hurled at them from across the hangar bay, you might ask them to make a reflex plus reflex check. Interesting. Edge is our sort of, meta currency to reroll stuff. It represents our character's luck, our panache, our warrior's edge. We can spend a point of edge to reroll our dice, or we can spend a point to make the GM reroll 1 or more dice. It can only be spent once per roll, so rerolls have to be kept. Even if it's unfavorable, luck is a cruel mistress. And again, you only get a number of points per session equal to your edge rating. So here is, we've got information about personal combat and weapons and what weapon effects do. We're not too worried about that. But again, we get some more techno babble, right? From a shot stun crowd control rifle to a holdout pistol brandish on a back alley in Solaris 7. We have close ranges, near range, and far range weapons. Each range can either be okay, you can use it, that's a weird way to put it, but you can use this with no penalty. A dash means you can't use it at this range, and a -X means you can use it at this range, but with a penalty to your attack. So for example, a holdout pistol has the following notations: close, okay, near, -2, far, dash. This means you can fire at close targets, fine, -2 at near, and you can't shoot people at far. Point of order. I think Daggerheart has too many ranges. And I actually like the idea that close range is not just, it kind of represents, something in the neighborhood of, 5 to 15 feet. And then near range is, somewhere out to, 100 feet, let's say. And then beyond that, far range. I find that to be very, very convenient. I just think 3 ranges is all I need, right? Close, near, far. I think that's more than sufficient for me. We've got Daggerheart has like very close, close, near, far, very far, There are no precise definitions for close, near, and far, mainly to prevent the game from being bogged down in debates over measurement. The basic definitions of close is within reach of a sword, or either by swinging it or taking a few quick steps towards a target. Near is farther than that, up to the limits of where pistols have a reasonable chance to hit. My favorite part of this is they say, we don't want you to get bogged down in debates over measurement. Then near is up to the limit where pistols have a reasonable chance to hit. What is the limit of a pistol to hit? Especially a space futuristic pistol. I like how what the fuck does that mean? It doesn't mean anything to me. Far is beyond that. Anyways, that's really funny. Yeah, I'm sure it greatly depends on the pistol. All right, if you have a high strength bonus, you get a bonus to damage in melee. Again, when you're in personal combat, you can carry no more than 4 weapons at a time. Mechwarrior Destiny doesn't require players to track things like ammunition, shots fired per turn, firing modes, reloading speeds, and so on. This is like a war movie. All reloading is assumed to happen when the camera isn't pointed at you, if it happens at all. Again, we're in a very narrativist mode here. So they talk about, speccing out your weapons and customizing them and making them awesome and all this other stuff. There's an option to make your game more lethal or less lethal. Some information about movement. Again, this is all personal combat here. There's a little sidebar about using miniatures if you want to do that. Again, as we take damage, we're going to fill in these fatigue and physical damage tracks and eventually start getting penalties to our modifier, potentially dying. the players should decide as a group which of these options is allowed and which option a player will use if a character is killed in action during a game. For each of these options, the character heals 1 pip on their physical condition monitor and is ready to move. Wait, what's going on here? Okay. As noted under damage, the standard rules for the game allow a character to die. Mechwarrior Destiny is a role-playing game about the realities of warfare. So when a character dies, they stay dead. That being said, some players may agree that a killed in action character isn't truly dead, but there should still be some consequences for a character running roughshod over the whole condition monitor. Or maybe the player was killed in action far too early in the game session due to bad luck and they don't want to sit out for the rest of the session. The players should decide as a group which of these options are allowed and which a player might be able to use. For each of these options, the character heals 1 pip and they move on. Okay. Don't count me out just yet. The character spends all but 1 of their available plot points to avoid being killed and suffers no other effects. If the character only has 1 available plot point to spend, they cannot be chosen. Just give me a minute. In addition to the standard wound modifiers, so basically there's some options here if you don't want to just, when you get to the end, you're dead. Otherwise, when you get to the end, you're dead. If you want a little bit less lethal type warfare. We got stuff about personal vehicles in Melee here. And then we get into the chapter about mech scale combat. Mech scale combat is similar to personal combat, but with variations that are unique to this type of engagement. When it is your narration, that's your turn, and you're in control of a mech scale piece of hardware, you can still make your narration as usual, and you can still roll tests for making direct combat actions. However, apart from the venue in which your character is now operating, the only aspect of your narration that changes is the scale of combat and what rules you reference for that combat action. Because of this, it is entirely possible for one character to spend their narration in their mech, holding off incoming enemy units, while the next player spends their narration inside the team's command post, trying to fight off enemy operatives attempting to infiltrate the base. And the third character spends their narration off in their tank, holding a faltering flank of the developing battle. This flexibility allows characters who are not mech warriors or not tankers to participate in the action. Interesting. So the basic idea is that we are always in this round robin system. And so even when you're fighting, like somebody else might be like, trying to hack the comm system or whatever, or hack the CPU core. As an optional rule, you can use miniatures. It is designed to be abstracted to keep it fast-paced and focus on the characters. Because of this, the mech scale combat does not require the use of BattleTech miniatures, map sheets, or terrain. But if you decide that they are helpful, you can use them. When your character is in mech combat, you do the following. First, you make your mech scale movement. You make range attacks, then physical attacks. Then you check for consciousness. Then you cool down, and then you restart your engine. Mech scale combat movement is, much the same, but you're obviously moving at a much greater pace than you would be if you were, say, on your own. By the way, as a side note here, Destiny versus BattleTech and Alpha Strike. BattleTech is the classic game, and Alpha Strike is sort of their quick play kill team version of their rules for their miniatures game. Players who are familiar with standard BattleTech rules, either from a game like BattleTech, a game of armored combat, or the BattleTech manual or Total Warfare books, or Alpha Strike rules, may recognize many terms and elements in this section. Although a knowledge of Alpha Strike or BattleTech rules might offer a beneficial grounding in the universe, be aware that mech scale combat in Destiny employs a combat system that is not directly compatible with BattleTech or Alpha Strike without conversion. This is due to the needs of a fast, cinematic rule set that focuses on quick action and straightforward combat resolution. Although the rule system may be different from BattleTech Vets, Destiny's mech scale combat system strives to retain the flavor and spirit of classic BattleTech while maintaining a fast and accessible role-playing game experience. If you are interested in basically playing Total Warfare or Alpha Strike game, then there is a whole section of this book, which we probably won't cover, but that basically is like, if you really just want to play BattleTech, but also role play, like these are people who want to play Lancer, right? When you want to have a 3 or 4 hour combat and you want to just bust out literally, what is it? Like a fight, a hockey game broke out in the middle of our fight, right? A role-playing game broke out in the middle of our BattleTech game. Then there's a whole section of this book that's like 40 or 50 pages that you can use for integrating this role-playing game system engine into a mech combat system. All right. But just like in personal, we have short, medium, and long range. So short range is flamers, small lasers, machine guns. Medium range is medium lasers and short range missiles. Long range is large lasers, LRMs, PPCs, and most autocannons. So depending on your mech, you can move a certain amount of spaces. Movement costs points. The maximum amount of movement you can make during your narration is largely based on your weight class. The costs for moving ground-based units is as follows. To move from point blank to short is 1 point. Short to medium is 2. Medium to long is 3. Long to disengage, I guess that means like you bug out. All movement for 2 rounds. And you can't attack. If you drop prone, it's 0. To stand up, it's 1. And to jump, it's the number of movement plus 1 heat token. So again, you could easily imagine doing this with sort of, because again, it's designed to be kind of theater of the mind. So if you don't want to play on like an actual hex grid, but there's still this idea of who's nearby to who, you could easily play this in like kind of a UDT, right? Ultimate Dungeon Terrain style system, or a kind of a zone-based system, I imagine. So, yeah. We also see that there are rules for disengaging, which is basically your way to sort of bug out and move out. We got stuff for jump jets, information about standing up, prone. If there's difficult terrain, how much more movement it costs. All right, ranged attacks. You roll 2d6 plus your gunnery skill versus the target's 2d6 versus their piloting skill. So there you go. That's to determine whether you hit or not. There are no laser swords, Dr. Metropolis, in BattleTech. If the total equals or exceeds the target's total, then the target takes damage from the weapon used. If the attacker rolls lower, it misses completely. As with standard test, if you roll a natural snake eyes, then it's an automatic miss. If the target does not have a piloting skill, use only the target's reflexes for the defense roll. In addition to the standard modifiers, here are some common modifiers which are added by the Game Master. So the range can give you a penalty to your attack. If the mech is faster than you, you get a penalty. If you're faster than them, you get a bonus to hit. If you're running hot, that could make you less accurate. Terrain features, basically cover and the like, can either be helpful or harmful, but you might also have high ground and high advantage. That could give you a bonus or a penalty to hit. And lastly, you get a +2 bonus to attack a shutdown mech or a unit that has an unconscious pilot. If you're trying to shoot at somebody who's really, really far away, you need to roll an 11 or higher. Mech scale combat. Some mechs were built specifically around a single weapon platform. For example, the 50-ton Hunchback is largely just a delivery system for a high-caliber autocannon. For this, they have one primary weapon in addition to their weapon groups. This weapon can often be the focus of an engaging narration, such as making a dire shot at the right moment, shooting a charging mech through the cockpit, and other cinematic action moments where the chips are down and lives are on the line. A weapon group features a group of weapons that are fired simultaneously. A catapult's weapon group consists of 2 LRM-15s, weapon group 1, 2 medium lasers, weapon group 2, and 2 medium lasers, weapon group 3. All weapons in a weapon group hit or miss together. Weapons are either ballistic, energy, or missile. So we have an example here of ranged combat. During the House Davian invasion of the Capellan Confederation world of Sarna, Mark's character is itching to get his Griffin into the action and pound some cappies. At the beginning of his narration, from over the rise, a wasp in a Mechwarrior armored cavalry color appears in scopes at long range. It's a scout mech, and Mark wants to take it out before it can report back. Mark's armaments are all long range, but he'll get better accuracy if he can reach medium range. So he spends all 3 of his movement points to close in with the wasp. This will also make him easier. This will also make him easier for the enemy to hit. So he opts to use his jump jets. Jumping not only puts him in a better tactical position, but it makes him harder to hit. To use his jump jets, he takes a heat token, but we'll worry about that later. Now that he has changed reins, he lines up his shots on the enemy mech. He decides to shoot his PPC, particle projection cannon, first. Go big or go home. To take the shot, he starts with his gunnery skill of 3 and adds his reflexes of 3 for a base modifier of +6. Then he figures out the range modifier, which is -2 at medium range with a PPC. And the movement modifier, his max movement of 3 minus the target's max movement, which is 4, is a -1. In other words, the scout mech is faster than him, so he actually gets a penalty to hit. And because he used his jump jets to gain an advantage position, he gets an additional +1 modifier. So he gets -2 for range to his +6. I'm sorry. He gets a -2 for medium range, a -1 for the target mech being faster than him, and a +1 for being in an advantage position. So his +6 becomes +4. The wasp will add 2d6 plus their piloting skill plus their reflexes to +4. So Mark rolls 2d6. He gets a 10. He adds 4. He gets a 14. The game master rolls for the wasp, gets a 3 and a 6, which is a 13. So Mark has hit the wasp with a PPC. Mark follows up with his LRM 10. However, the range modifier is now 0 because he's at medium range, and the LRM has no problems with medium range. So it's a total of +6. He gets a 6 and 6, so 12. And the wasp gets a total of 11. And Mark scored another hit. He keeps his fingers crossed that his weapons struck hard enough to keep his lance's movements under wraps. So it looks like you fire all your weapons first, and then we determine damage later. This explains why you group your weapons together. Okay, we got a bunch of modifiers here. See, there you go. You have a sword. A sword is an option. I have BCM 00. Yeah, your guess is as good as mine. I've literally never played this game before. I just bought it today. But Outercraft agrees with BCM and says that the narrativist language and meta currencies framing into crunchy mechanics where you are comparing movement values between 2 units to find the bonus to your rolls is giving me some whiplash. Well, Outercraft, I think what is to be said here is, and we talked about this before with other games, I have noticed that this is the way that a lot of people play their RPGs. Their RPGs are very, touchy-feely, we're just kind of narrating and having fun. This is PF2. This is D&D 5th edition. And then when combat starts, suddenly people are playing, Age of Sigmar. People are playing War Machine. They're playing Warhammer 40K. Suddenly we're playing basically a tactical mini skirmish game, and all the fluffy language and thoughts and any amount of acting and character or whatever that people wanted to say that they do goes out the window. And suddenly people are like, okay, all right, guys, what's this guy, vulnerability 5? Okay, so does anyone, who has fire damage? Okay, so you aid him because he's got fire damage. I'll cast a prayer, I'll cast a bless. That'll give a status bonus. Or you have a status bonus? What does the Bard give? Oh, that's a status bonus too? Okay. Bard, you use status bonus. In fact, I'll delay to after the Bard, so the Bard can give everybody a status bonus first, and then blah, 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 blah. And if you think this is complicated, Michael G points out this is still far more simple than a BattleTech or Alpha Strike game. So, whenever a mech takes damage, they take equal amount of damage equal to the damage column of that weapon. For a missile, roll a hit location for the base damage and apply that amount of damage to the target. Roll 1 missile die for each M in the weapons group's damage code and consult the chart below to determine how much additional damage that missile die did. Discard any dice that deals 0. Add the total result of the remaining missile dice to the base damage. If it's greater than the missile group's max damage, reduce the value of missile dice until it equals the max damage. Okay. Roll a separate hit location for each missile die. All right, this is more like BattleTech than I thought it would be. Because I remember in BattleTech, I think I remember like LRM 20 literally fired 20 missiles. And you had to, each missile did, I think, a point of damage maybe. And you had to like actually roll where each missile hit, I think. Yeah. So Obvious is saying this is more BattleTech than Alpha Strike. Oh, LRMs do it in groups of 5. Okay, good to know, Obvious. It is 1 damage per missile, right? Oh, and SRMs are 2 damage per missile. Got it. Yes, I'm being corrected here by the BattleTech masters. All right, so when you do take damage, first you apply the damage to armor pips. Once all armor pips in a given location are destroyed, the exterior protection has been breached. Any damage remaining applies to the structure pips, which is pretty much BattleTech 101. So if once a location has lost all of its armor and structure, that location is considered destroyed. All weapons and equipment are lost. Remaining damage, if any, and all future damage is applied inward. Damage to destroyed arms and legs goes to the torso. Damage then transfers from a destroyed location is first applied to the torso's armor, then to the structure until the torso is depleted. When a mech's leg has no armor or structure, that leg is destroyed and the mech immediately falls. They are reduced to 1 movement regardless of anything else. Once a location on a combat vehicle has lost all of its armor and structure, it is destroyed. Head damage. A player character being killed by an incredibly unlucky shot at the wrong time, and often to a largely undamaged mech, can really drain the fun out of a great campaign. Unless a player chooses to have their character go out in a blaze of glory, player characters getting shot through their mech's cockpit should be exceptionally rare. On the other hand, mech warriors need to earn their victories, so even a healthy dose of luck won't win your battles for you. You're going to have to earn it, soldier. When a 12 is rolled for the hit location on a mech, there is a possibility that they have struck the target's head, but the player or the GM must spend a plot point to inflict the full damage. Otherwise, it's a glancing blow and it only does 1 point of damage. Any hit that successfully strikes a mech warrior's head, whether it's a standard hit or a glancing blow, will damage the mech warrior. And if the head hit would damage all the remaining armor and structure, the player may choose to eject from their mech if they have managed to remain conscious. If a mech's head or torso is destroyed, or if the mech warrior is killed, or if the mech suffers an ammo explosion critical hit, or 2 engine critical hits, then the mech is out of commission for the rest of the battle. If your mech is destroyed in a particularly catastrophic way, such as your head being destroyed or ammo being destroyed, the pilot and or crew may attempt to abandon and do a pilot ejection if they are still conscious. Otherwise, you're dead. There then is a whole between sessions based on Game Master approval. You can repair your mech between gameplay battles or sessions. There's a whole section for that. Elia is very excited that the game has rules for ammo explosions. Whenever a unit takes structural damage in any location, or if a 2 is rolled for a hit location, roll 2d6. On a result of 8 or higher, that is a critical hit. The following list details the effects of a critical hit. If a critical hit cannot be applied due to a previous critical hit, then re-roll. If a roll a critical hit against a weapon group or an entire weapon group is rendered inoperative, you basically blow out their weapons. If an ammo explosion is rolled for a critical hit, consult the equipment of the damaged unit. If the unit is a mech and has ammo listed for that location, then basically, all right, here we go. So for example, if you do a critical hit on their torso, you roll a d6. If you roll a 1, their ammo explodes and the mech is destroyed. Nice. If you critically hit their head, they're dead. If you hit their arm with a critical hit, it'll either destroy the ammo, blowing off the arm, or it'll destroy a weapon on that group. So here's an example of a more comprehensive mech. So again, it's kind of hard to see because it's red and black. Maybe it's just because I'm red-green colorblind. But the red, oh, they put it in boxes. Okay. So the red is the actual physical structure of the mech, and the black boxes are your armor. So when your character, or when your mech, I should say, gets hit in the right leg and you get hit for 5 damage, you will just tick, 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 tick. You'll just tick 5 ammo boxes. And then you'll tick, 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 tick 6 ammo boxes. And then you'll tick, tick, tick. And then eventually you'll start ticking the red boxes, which represents the actual leg itself being destroyed. Your armor, your ablative armor has basically all been used up. And so on and so forth. And then if your leg gets blown off, well, then your mech falls over and you can't really move that well. On the other hand, if your arm gets shot off, well, now anything that would go to your right arm instead flows into your torso. And if your torso is destroyed, so is your mech. It's basically rendered inoperative. It's not like a catastrophic explosion where your mech literally, self-explodes. But yeah, it is still destroyed. And here's an example of the same thing, but in this case, like a tank, a combat vehicle. All right, so this is this is pretty substantial. This is definitely much more. I mean, this feels a lot more like BattleTech. I mean, I am not a BattleTech veteran by any stretch of the imagination. I've played it. I played it a handful of times in my life, but yeah. Obvious making the observation that normally in an official BattleTech mech, you have 3 torso locations. So. Here, there's just 1. I will say, again, I'm completely biased, but I said this before about the character sheets, okay? And again, I'm biased, but the fact that I have this on my character sheet already makes me feel better and cooler about my mech than I do in any of the other games that we've played. When my mech is represented by, these, little boxes and stuff, and, I can see my armor being absorbed and stuff, that to me is so much more satisfying than it is the other mech games we looked at. The character sheets were just like a bunch of blank lines, right? It just felt so soulless. So there's some consideration here that the torso will die a lot faster in this game. I do not have enough BattleTech knowledge to be able to espouse upon that. Festurian says, I wonder if they divided the values by 3. The head is normally 3 internal structure and 9 armor. And here it definitely looks like it is 1 point of structure. It is kind of similar to Rain's damage system, Thaddeus, which I liked, right? We liked the tiered system, right? Okay. If your mech takes damage in the head, or if an ammo explodes, your Mechwarrior yourself takes some physical damage. And whenever you take damage, you have to make a consciousness check to remain conscious, or you can get knocked out. Basically, threshold of pain checks for our Hackmaster fans in the thing. It seems like there's a lot of fucking ways for your character to die. That's what I'm really getting here. If your mech is doomed, you can try to eject. You have to spend all of your available plot points, but you have to have at least 1 plot point, and you have to spend them all. And and then you can eject for free. But if you don't have any plot points to spend, then you have to make a piloting test. And if you are successful, you can eject. If you fail, well, you could get things like permanent reduction of your attributes. You could get permanent reduction of your hit point tracks, or if the damage is particularly lethal, you're just dead if you fail the piloting check, right? So if your fusion reactor goes hyper, critical and explodes, and you don't have any plot points left, and you fail your piloting check, you don't eject and you get destroyed in a subfusion microfusion reactor. And that is before we get to heat. One of the big concerns of the 31st battlefield century is the waste generation of heat from fusion-operated weapons. The main drawback for firing all of your available weapons in a weapon group in a single narration is the potential heat buildup. Low heat is not a concern, but if you ignore your heat long enough, your mech may shut down at the most inopportune moments. Heat in Destiny is represented by heat tokens, which you can accrue from various sources. Heat tokens are just represented by coins or counters. The only thing that's required is that they be distinguishable from plot points. Obviously, we'd use red for heat, right? Jumping. Using your jump jets will generate heat. Firing your weapons will generate heat. They will generate 1 heat for each H in the heat column. If your engine takes a critical hit, that generates heat. And certain weapons, such as flamers or infernos, can add heat to you instead of actually dealing damage. Each mech is also equipped with heat sinks, which bleed off waste heat. At the end of a narration, you may discard heat tokens equal to your heat dissipation. Any leftover heat remains. Here is the heat effect tokens. All heat effects are cumulative. If you were green at the beginning of your narration and you accumulate enough to reach orange, then you would apply all of the effects of blue, green, yellow, and orange, i.e. you would make an immediate roll to avoid shutdown. And during your next narration, you would be at -1 to attacks and movement. So if you reach, I think heat effects happen at the end of the round. So you generate heat, then you burn off heat. I think that's what we saw, right? No. Okay. It looks like it's actually, it happens like immediately, I think. Anyways, if you ever have 3 heat tokens, you have to make a check to avoid shutdown. If you have 4, your ammo starts exploding and cooking off. And if you hit 5 or more, it's critical hit. What if you're colorblind and can't see the heat colors? Well, luckily they used words and not just the colors. Ammo mechs that carry ballistic or missile weapons and remain at the red or critical levels after their cooldown face the risk of an ammo explosion. Okay, you apply the heat sinking first. Okay, that makes sense. If even the most efficient fusion reactors have their limits, but a good pilot can shut down can delay an emergency shutdown by trying to hold them off. Otherwise, your mech shuts down. You may also have to make a pilot test if you ever get kicked or pushed around, if your gyros take a critical hit, if somebody makes a death from above attack. I think that's where they use their jump jets and try to land on you and crush you. If your leg takes a critical hit, you have to make a piloting test or you fall down. If your gyro is destroyed, you automatically fall. If your leg is destroyed, you automatically fall. We have information about buildings, which we're not going to get too much into here. Nice. Let's see here. So battlefield support. So this is where we get a little bit like meta gaming narrative gamist emulationist. So you are a Mechwarrior in a battle mech on a battlefield, but it's supposed to be like a field of battle. And so you can use these plot points to summon battlefield support. Battlefield support adds size and scopes to the battle and is intended to help players fill out roles that they might not otherwise have on their team. Like, for example, calling in an artillery barrage. So like you can call in a bombing run from aerospace support, or a strafing run, or you can summon air cover, or you could summon in an artillery barrage. This stuff all costs plot points, which you either hate or like. And the reason why I say that is because realistically, like if you made this simulationist, like there needs to be a meta currency cost for this. Otherwise it's just too easy to use and really, really weird to use. So I think this is a really good compromise, right? Between being like, because it's just if artillery barrage was just something you call in every time, you would just use that all the time. So I think the plot point sort of represents the fact that you just don't have infinite support available to you. But yeah, you can summon in, an infantry platoon and some other stuff. And this is actually a really cool way to sort of represent how I would love to be able to use like men-at-arms or retainers or henchmen in D&D and D&D type games. Anyways, so we can use our plot points to summon kind of, quantum battlefield support. But it's supposed to represent that we're part of a larger battle. It's not literally just, our 4 mechs against the world, right? All right. So this is the information about your character. And, there's a lot of player advice here, like what will make the game cool and, hey, be supportive of other people and all this other stuff. We have auto withdrawal rules here. To resolve a battle early, the group can use one of the following options. Graceful withdrawal. If you know your team is losing badly and none of you wish to waste time playing until everyone is KIA, you can request a graceful withdrawal to effectively end the scene and move the story forward without further risk to lives or equipment. To withdraw from battle, the team, as a total, must spend a total number of plot points equal to the number of player characters involved in the battle. Characters who are not in the battle or at some other different location are not counted, but they can come from anyone. After withdrawing, each character involved in the battle takes 3 physical damage to represent injuries suffered from the retreat. Ignore this damage if it would render you KIA. Oh, ignore any damage that would kill you. I mean, you still take it, but the last damage point doesn't kill you. If it's in mech combat, each unit suffers 3 1-point damage groups to represent the damage sustained during the retreat. So basically, I think, if we're losing and we need to withdraw, we just spend plot points. Alternatively, if you're winning so thoroughly that you're not even breaking a sweat and chasing down the enemy isn't fun anymore, you can request overrun combat to hurry things along. To hasten the victory, the team must spend a total number of plot points equal to the number of player characters. After overrunning the enemy, each character involved in the battle takes 3 points of physical damage. And in mech combat, again, you take 3 points of damage to represent hits. Reroll any hit locations if it would destroy it. So basically, you can spend some points and basically either just say, hey, we're losing and we just want to end the fight and move on. Or you could say, look, we're winning and this is going to take too long, so we'll spend the plot points and, we'll say that we're winning. There you go. Now, to be fair, they have to request this, It is the same rules twice. There's a little bit of difference here about this because, for example, in mech scale combat, you reroll any hit locations that would destroy the unit or render it immobile if you're withdrawing. But if you're overrunning, they don't have that. So it's not exactly the same rules twice because you can't really withdraw if your leg got shot off. Jess says, oh, interesting. I feel like we don't usually see these kinds of retreat withdrawal rules outside of LARP. Well, Jess, you need to get out more because a lot of Free League games do that. The Forbidden Lands has basically a runaway rule. Dragonbane has a runaway rule as well. Right. You can't become immobilized on the retreat, but you can become immobilized on the overrun, which doesn't make sense, but whatever. It's fine. Different ways to fight. One of the advantages of the Mechwarrior Destiny rule set is that it's flexible. The default rounds and narration structure serve turn order, and the use of plot points serves as its initiative structure. The storytelling and initiative are intertwined in order to make for a more narrative-focused experience. Some groups might prefer different playing styles, though, and tweaking a few of these elements might suit your style better. This section offers a few tweaks that some groups may want to use. A way to concentrate Game Master powers in a single person at the table, i.e. a traditional style GM. The players only narrate their actions and all the narration is done by the GM. And 2, alternate initiative system. One that is more mechanical and one that is more cinematic and free flowing. So one option is to recombining the shared elements of the Game Master into a single trad style GM is primarily about limiting how plot points may be spent so that it fits more traditional player roles. I don't know why, but this makes like traditional player roles sounds like a hyper conservative talking about like traditional woman roles and like, you know, like those players should be back in the kitchen, you know, taking care of the kids. This means that the uses of this means that players' uses of plot points would include the following. Basically, players can heal a point of damage, take a hit for an ally, double time it, or basically make an attack of opportunity or a reaction, basically. They lose all the other plot point abilities. So now plot points really are just sort of a form of almost like, you know, like a more of a diegetic meta currency than anything, not like a narrative meta currency. A player group that chooses to have a more traditional GM role will ultimately need to come on a consensus about what players can and can't spend plot points on. Yada, yada, yada. There's also an initiative system here for rolling your initiative instead of going around in circle, you know, a la a standard D&D thing. And lastly, there's cinematic initiative, which I'm going to assume is going to be, you know, freewheeling PBTA style. It is handled in an intuitive narrative fashion based on the agreement of the players. Who sprang the ambush? Who escalated the stare down? Who has the highest appropriate attribute? And so on. And when that player is finished, they choose who goes next. So it's kind of like a, you know, popcorn initiative. They choose who goes next based on what makes sense for the story, or when in doubt, where a hypothetical camera watching the fight would turn if it were an action movie. And this is exactly the terminology that we use all the time for PBTA and for Daggerheart. Narrations proceed with the group choosing who goes next after each narration until every character has gone once. NPCs may be grouped together to speed this process up. Plot points may still be used to jump forward in line if a player chooses, but this will happen less because of the way that initiative is more dynamically established. So there you go. You could have traditional, you know, roll your initiative and then you go in that order, you know, set your little initiative marker tents on the top of your GM screen, or you could go with a more PBTA style loosey-goosey, you know, initiative. Then we get a big, long example of play. And then this is an information about playing the game, running the game. One thing that makes Mechwarrior Destiny from many other RPGs, so this is called passing the microphone, traditional role-playing games versus the queue system. One thing that makes Mechwarrior Destiny different from many other RPGs is that players are not limited to describing only their actions, while the Game Master details the rest of the world around them and moves the plot forward. In Mechwarrior Destiny, players have free reign to introduce NPCs, to describe their actions, to add in other elements, and describe the setting. While this may be an adjustment for GMs accustomed to traditional RPGs, this style can also be a great opportunity for GMs who want to take on less of a burden. They do not have to plan the whole story or have a full roster of NPCs that they need to introduce for an adventure. Their role is less about creating a master design at the outset of an adventure or a campaign, and more about responding to the elements that the players introduce while throwing in interesting ideas of their own, and helping the story move along while making sure all the players have a chance to shine. This might be the best way I've ever heard described the sort of role of the Game Master in a game like Daggerheart or PBTA. I don't even think those games do as good of a job of describing how the role of the Game Master changes in this style of play as that statement which we just read. This role can involve some quick thinking and adaptability, but tapping into the creativity of the group can spread that work around. Doing so means the Game Master will primarily keep the story moving and make sure that the players feel like they have something to do. Wow. In MechWarrior Destiny, players are still going to primarily see the game from the perspective of their characters, so significant parts of their narration will always focus on what their characters do and how they respond. But they might also describe how the actions of NPCs or twists the environment, such as a weather phenomenon common to that planet or some native fauna threatens the characters. This means that during another player's narrations, the GM no longer has total control over the story or of the game. During another player's narration, the GM's main responsibilities are as follows. Decide if it requires a test, declare which modifiers might apply to that test, roleplay any NPCs, make any defense rolls, know the information needed for the mission, arbitrate any rules discussions, and declare that a player's narration is finished. Many other elements that might be considered traditional RPG game master duties, such as describing the scene, detailing what NPCs are doing, having enemies appear, and so forth, fall to the player who is currently giving a narration. The GM's main role in relation to these elements is to listen carefully and determine how to use the events and plot twists the players are introducing and add them to the ongoing story. When you're the GM and another player is giving a narration, you might be tempted to jump in and correct them or do something out of turn. However, think of narration as a microphone. Only the person holding the mic can describe what is going on in the game itself. You, the GM, start the round with the mic. But once you set the scene for the round, you pass the mic to the next player, and now it is their turn to speak. When other players have the mic, just kick back, let them have their moments. Keep in mind the yes and improv spirit of the queue system. The only time you need to interject is when the conditions happen above, like when you need to roll or make a rules law or decision. For those of you who are more familiar with traditional style RPGs, it may help to think of narration in this way. When a player is giving their narration, they act like a micro game master for the game, but only during their turn, their narration. When the next player gives a narration, they are acting like the micro game master for that narration, and so on. Because each player helps craft the story on their turn, the goal of Mechwarrior Destiny games is collaborative storytelling, full stop. In the end, the players and GM should be working together to create something memorable and fun. This game is a mechanically crunchy microscope game. Because in Microscope, you go around, you give each person full authority to add something to the game world, and then it's the next person's turn. And even when you use Microscope as a game master, you might be setting the initial outline, but fundamentally, no one person is ever fully in charge, and you don't necessarily have the ability to gainsay them. Then we have a whole section here about preventing abuse, of course. Then we have a whole section here about building up, not tearing down. This is another example from like Microscope or A Quiet Year, where it's like, if someone's narration is, I introduce this element, then, don't make the next person's narration, and that element is destroyed. Then there's a whole section about setting your tone. Then there's a whole section about code of conduct and how to handle interactions between players. And that is a very bold choice. And I'll say that, even in a PBTA game, the players don't have that much carte blanche to sort of micro GM. But it'd be interesting to see how people respond and react. And that mech is getting fucked. Okay. By the way, we do have an option for free-form option to role-playing, which is called Talk Time, a.k.a. if you want to FPT, you must declare Talk Time. So we have a bunch of information here about just like, hey, this is a different way to play RPGs and, how to handle. Look, the queue system is all about telling a story, and we are trying to tell the mission story. But what about those times when a players use their micro game master powers to make a narration that swings the story in a completely unexpected direction that's the completely opposite of what the mission briefing outline or the direction that the GM has been prodding. One of the strengths of the queue system style of storytelling is that going off the rails from the as-written story is a feature, not a bug. As a GM, you might feel that your role is to keep the story focused on what's in the mission briefing, and that's a perfectly fine way to play if your group wishes to play that way. But even when you are the GM or trying to ensure the story stays on track, player ingenuity, creative tangents, luck of the dice, and other factors can disrupt your story flow. Minor derailments or subplots are encouraged due to the improv nature of Destiny. But major derailments require some work of the GM to steer them back around. Your best way to do this is to spend your plot points to affect the game and do so in a blatant way so that people know that you're steering the game back with your plot points, which I think is really, really smart. Yeah, this is really good advice. Phil, I agree. I think this is really, really good advice. Now, another option, that, by the way, this is called the bringing it back around. The other option, which I'll call the Derek option, is called let it ride. If your group is not terribly concerned with playing out a specific story, the best method for handling a major story derailment from the mission briefing is to simply sit back and let the development stand, no matter how much it throws off the direction of the pre-written story. Unless a player sneaked a peek at the mission briefing the group is playing, the GM is the only one who will know what is outlined in the stories, so people won't even know that you are off script. And in that case, fucking draw maps, leave blanks, go with what the players are doing. Letting it ride is a great way to discover unexpected story directions that could potentially lead to a multi-session campaign. Listen to the players. They will help shape the new story with possibly only minor pushes from you. And yeah, I mean, I think that's awesome. I mean, that's fantastic. Here is a whole thing about how to, there are lots of ways to get maimed and killed in the 31st century. So here's an example of, here's a ways to make combat a little bit faster, easier, or more survivable. So there's some optional rules there. There's some rules here for if you want to integrate personal style combat with mech style combat. Here are some rules for mech. If you want to use mech scale versus personal combat scale. Again, it seems like a lot of work just to handle people and mechs at the same time. And then, yeah. And then we get to character creation. So I think we're going to handle character creation. Look at some of the leveling up things, and then look at some equipment, and then we'll call that a night. So you could download a blank Mechwarrior Destiny character sheet from bg.battletech.com. Can I, though? Can I? Oh, downloads. I can download the quick start rules. Uh-oh. It's kind of hard to find. Oh, no. Oh, no. Don't make it hard. Forums. Battle shop? No, that's not it. Nope, they're throwing a lot of ads and spam in my face. That's cool. Mercenaries, BattleTech, Battle Force, Time of War, Alpha Strike, Chaos Campaign. Uh-oh. Force record character sheets. Uh-oh. There are literally 75,000 character sheets here. They're all the way at the bottom. All right. Let us take a look at our character sheet. So here is our character sheet for Mechwarrior Destiny. Kind of what we saw before. This is if we have a ship. This is, I guess, if we have a little personal body mech, like an elemental maybe, or like something like that. This is if we have a tank or other sort of vehicle. Oh, if we have a helicopter. Here's if we have a couple different mechs in our loadouts. Now, remember, these are generic mech templates. In BattleTech, you can use these, but there's also specific ones for each of the different mechs. Same thing with the ships and the tanks. So I like that they give us 8 pages of just mech and vehicles and aero fighters and mechs. Here are all my mechs. my garage of mechs. All right. So first things first, we choose a character theme and a name. Then we choose what faction we belong to. Then we choose our experience level, our attribute points, our skill points, our traits, our life modules, our armor, our weapons, inventory, hardware, queues, and backgrounds. So first, we have a theme. Same thing as Fabula Ultima. What is our identity? Short character descriptions. Then we pick a name. Lord Payne. Tags. While not a requirement for character creation, every sample character sheet includes a list of one-word tags. These are designed to give a very quick look at the theme and style of that character or section. Tags define what a character is, as opposed to how a character would react in a certain situation. Joanna decides to create a tank commander, a grizzled vet, a sergeant with an attitude, someone who lost his parents in a raid. She names him Sergeant Edwin Mendoza and gives him the following tags: tanker, Silver Hawks Coalition, gruff, no nonsense. So again, these are 100% feels like just role-playing tags. Oh, and career soldier. Doesn't look like they're used in a sort of fate aspect way, the way that I thought that they might be. They're not. Then we choose a faction, so we can be a member of the Capellan Confederacy, the Draconis Combine, the Federated Sons, the Free Worlds League, or the Lyran Commonwealth. Or the Magistracy of Canopus, the Outworlds Alliance, the Taurian Concordant, the Pirates, Comstar, Mercenary, Pirate, or Unaffiliated. I don't know what all those mean, but I'm sure they mean something. Then we choose an experience level. Now, this is next, the player group. So we decide as a group, are we academy rookies or are we veteran soldiers or somewhere in the middle? So we can be green, we can be a regular, we can be a veteran, we can be elite. And basically, it gives you more points to spend at character creation. So if we're a veteran, we're going to get 7 points for our attributes, 16 points for skills, 3 weapons, 3 hardware points. Whereas if we are by the way, it does say that this is the regular is the default assumption. Green is probably good for a rookie or probably for very, very basic, pre-gen type stuff because it's going to be super simple. Then we assign our attribute points to our attributes based off of how much we have available to us. Our strength and will determine how much physical and fatigue damage we can take. Then we assign our skill points. We've got a lot of skills here. We've got athletics, support weaponry, escape artist, gunnery, melee combat, piloting, projectile weapons, small arms, stealth, 0G operations, art, artillery, communications, computers, demolitions, investigations, various knowledge skills, med tech, navigation, perception, science, tactics, technician, tracking, animal handling, survival. Maybe it's just me, but I don't see a lot of animal handling coming up in my Mechwarrior game, a lot often at all. In fact, these skill lists feel very similar, now that I think about it, to the Traveler skill list. And I think animal handling might have been a skill in Traveler as well. And I'm still just at least in Traveler, maybe I could see that coming up more often. There was a Firefly episode, right, where they had to, they transported cows. It could happen. And then we have acting, disguise, leadership, negotiation, protocol, streetwise, and intimidation. So pretty lengthy skill list. And also some of these skills, by the way, are ones that you have to take multiple times. Like if you take gunnery, you have to specify whether it's gunnery with a battle mech, gunnery with an arrow fighter, etc. Then we choose traits. You have to choose 1 positive trait and 1 negative trait, but you may choose 2 and 2. Positive traits offer an additional bonus to a skill, or they offer a story-based perk, such as an officer's rank, and allow a myriad of other positive gameplay bonuses. Negative traits can impose penalties on a test or negative gameplay effects. So you might have alternate ID, like the animals really love you, citizenship, combat senses. This is kind of cool. Combat sense. You are keenly aware of your surroundings in combat. Choose when you take your narration in turn order without needing to spend a plot point. Elia pointing out correctly that every min-maxer is going to choose 2 and 2. And just so that we are aware and we know what we're doing, all right, poll is up. How many traits are you taking 1 and 1, or are you taking 2 and 2? For example, you might have a bad reputation. Oh, right off the bat, every single Mechwarrior is going to have animal antipathy. Oh man, this is bringing back some GURPS. This is bringing back some skills and powers. For those of you who played AD&D 2nd Edition in the late 90s, this is bringing back some skills and powers feels. Oh yes, of course. My character, the animals, they just hate him. But you know what? You use this, and like as the GM, I'm totally spending a plot point, and I'm gonna be like, the entire mission, it's all animals. It's animals all the way down. Your mechs destroyed. You have to ride a Tauntaun now. I'm gonna go into Lancer. I'm gonna get the Biomechs, or was that Gundam? Gundam had the Biomechs? No, not Gundam. Battle Century G. I think Battle Century G had the Biomechs. Absolutely. Oh, Rayoman, 100%. 100% Rayoman. If every Mechwarrior took animal empathy, guess what? It's going to be guarding the secret. Yeah, 100%. All right, so everybody agrees it's 2 and 2. I'm glad we're all in agreement there. Okay, so we got some traits, positive and negative. Then we choose life modules. This is basically a life path system. So you choose what faction you were born into. Then you choose what kind of childhood you had, which can give you benefits to different skills. Then you choose a higher education, which is optional. Then you choose basically what you did as like, you know, as an adult. And again, these are all going to affect your skills and the like. That's cool. I love life path systems. It doesn't even need to be particularly complex. I'm as fine as basically saying like, yep, my character, you know, they grew up as a war orphan, and you know, they grew up in the burnt, you know, they grew up in the burnt, hollowed out shell of a mega city, you know, living on the streets, and my character has +1 to survival. That to me is all the background I need, with all the little minor touch of mechanical, you know, element to it. It gives me all the information I need to know to effectively play my character. It gives me a little bit of a mechanical incentive, and it's a very simple, easy term that we can all kind of wrap our head around. War orphan, yeah, we get it. Okay, cool. Like, for example, I don't necessarily know what a Solaris Insider is, but obviously to people who play BattleTech, this means something. But this is really, really nice. Then you choose a type of armor. So this is your personal armor. From flak armor to ballistic plate armor to an infiltration suit. They all look like they have different things. Like, for example, ballistic plate armor gives you 12 pips, but it's very heavy, and you get 1 penalty to your reflex. Now, remember, your reflex is like one of your most important stats because it's very heavy. And then some of them offer you a minor, basically a minor amount of damage reduction from certain types of weapon. Like flak armor is very good against ballistic weaponry, whereas ablative armor is very good against directed energy weapons. So pretty cool. But obviously these are going to be a little bit more, overt. Whereas concealed flak armor, not as powerful, not as strong. It's 8 and -1 instead of 10 and -2, but it's concealed. So pretty cool. Then we select weapons based on our experience level. Remember, if we're a regular, we get to start with 2 weapons. And again, there's a whole gear list here. Then we could select up to 4 non-combat inventory items, from a communication equipment to a survival kit to personal effects. Some common items appear on your character sheets and in the warrior's catalog. As discussed under inventory items in Mechwarrior Destiny do not have specific rules. X is not required to do Y. Instead, inventory items almost act as their own cues, propelling the action forward without delving into the minutia of what exactly an item does. Use a few lines of the inventory section to accentuate the theme of your characters, giving you items that you feel will be fun and enjoyable. So it's really equipment as vibes. We're not too worried about everything that we do. And by the way, they do talk about being a weasel. It's important to note that to make clear that due to the loose nature of these rules, it's all too easy for players to create wildly powerful, ludicrously small items. Yeah, I just have a tactical nuclear warhead. After all, the rules say I couldn't. The rules didn't say I couldn't. That, by the way, I remember being a kid. I was like 12 or 13 years old. And my player wanted, I don't remember who it was. This is none of my current players. He's still a good friend of mine. But I remember he did the most outrageous thing. And I remember his challenge point was, show me in the rules where it says I can't do that. And I remember being so dumbstruck at my inability to define, I understood at that young age why that was a bullshit argument, but I was unable to properly, communicate that, articulate that in a meaningful way. So, in any case, don't be a dick. Then, step 11. Next, choose your character's starting hardware, be it a battle mech, a fighter, a vehicle. The table below lists the skill requirements and types of hardware available for each hardware point value. Starting characters may only choose one hardware item, regardless of how many hardware points they have to spend. Dr. Metropolis says, so battle mech. You are not obligated to spend all of your hardware pack points. If you are creating a veteran character and you would prefer to pilot a medium mech, you only need to spend 2 of your 3 hardware points. And for each unspent hardware point, you can add to your edge, additional skill points, or have some XP. Or if you're feeling like a really, 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 really asshole person, you can start as a Mechwarrior without a mech. Akin to a knight who has lost their warhorse and cannot find a replacement. Tragic, but that might be kind of interesting. Okay. So now clearly this person here is I like that for the example, they're trying to pretend like no one's going to play things. They're going to buy a tank. Come on. All right. So here are the requirements. If you want a battle mech, you need gunnery and piloting. 1 hardware point will get you a light battle mech. 2 hardware points will get you a medium battle mech. 3 hardware points will get you a heavy battle mech. And 4 hardware points will get you an assault battle mech. Now, I don't remember if we start the game as... If we start the game as a regular, we start with 2 hardware points. If we're a vet, we start with 3. And if we're an elite, we start with 4. So if in a normal game, the game recommends you start as a regular, then you would have 2 hardware points. So you would be able to start the game with a medium battle mech. So unless your character is a veteran, you could not start with a heavy battle mech or an assault battle mech. Lastly, to create cues. As noted under cues, these are phrases that can be bold statements a character might make in a situation or could be as a spark an idea. So these literally don't do anything. They are just suggestions for your character to do stuff. Weird. You know, again, this game seems to me to be like training wheels, not just for BattleTech players, but for trad RPGers. And this idea that your character can kind of do anything and like to kind of give you a suggestion, right? They even say, if you're struggling to fill out cues on your characters, feel free to make the generation of cues into a party game for the player group. Each player can write down a couple of cues based on your character's theme, and then you can select some, none, or all of them. Don't be so quick to toss out wild concepts. So Joanna loves war movies, so it's pretty easy for her to imagine the kind of things that a no-guff kind of sergeant might say. For cues inspiration, she writes down a couple of her favorite lines from these movies and tweaks them. She imagines how Sergeant Mendoza would react in certain situations and write down quotes for those as well. So it's really just to help you with being able to spontaneously come up with ideas on the fly. They don't actually mechanically do anything. You actually don't need this system at all. Yeah. Okay. So, we earn experience points by completing mission. Every time a player finishes a mission, their character earns an amount of XP described in the mission briefing. And at the completion of a mission, the game master may award a bonus 1 XP to any players they felt demonstrated cleverness, humor, bravado, or positive qualities. Then write down your XP and it accumulates. Then after a mission, you can spend XP. You can improve your attributes. You can improve or add new skills. You can buy traits. You can remove negative traits. You can buy or improve your hardware and inventory, or you can buy and repair. You can buy or improve your weapons and inventory, or you could buy and repair your hardware. So we got some XP costs, which are escalating to update your attributes, and they do affect your other derived stats. You can add traits. You can buy off negative traits. You can buy new weapons and inventory. And yes, battle mechs and other weapons of war are meant to be broken, and odds are you ran into a scrap during your last mission. Assuming you can afford it, you'll likely want to fix up your ride before you get back in the fight. Technicians are miracle workers who can repair your mechs, tanks, and fighters with little ingenuity and perhaps some duct tape and baling wire, but they don't work for free. For 1 XP, a functional hardware can be repaired by spending 1 XP. Destroyed hardware can be rebuilt by spending 2 XP. Nice. So that is, you have to spend your XP to repair or rebuild your mech. That's kind of hardcore. Huh. That's almost like 3rd edition where you had to spend XP, right? So like basically a group that plays quote unquote better and doesn't take as much damage is going to have more XP to spend, right? So that's very weird. Have I ever seen that before? I don't know. Yeah, it's like spending your DTAs to heal, but this is your XP. So yeah, I agree. It's interesting. Rivner, dealing with some medical stuff right now, and I binged the One Ring videos. Well, awesome, Riv. Awesome content. Definitely gonna pick the game up when I'm better. Well, Riv, not to put any pressure on you, and I certainly understand medical issues, but I understand that Free League is going to have a pretty crazy Black Friday sale. And I believe that core rules for some of their older games, which the One Ring 2nd edition definitely counts for, I think might be as much as 30 or 40% off. Now, this seems like a slow death spiral, and that feels appropriate for a Mechwarrior. Rayo Man likes burning XP instead of tracking money. And Unfortunate Pumpkin says, I love spending XP like this. Yeah, it's really interesting. I'll say that. When you buy new hardware with XP, it can represent you either acquiring salvage during battle or purchasing new hardware at retail. The base cost for buying all hardware types is listed on page 76 at the cost of 1 XP per hardware point. Here we go. Purchase. Personal vehicles, combat vehicles, and aerospace fighters can be purchased at their base cost. Battle mechs, on the other hand, are a different story. In 3025, it is rare to find a mech for sale, which means you're usually better off repairing or rebuilding what you have or salvaging what you can from the battlefield. However, if you can locate a mech whose owner is willing to part with it, you may pay XP equal to its base hardware costs plus 2. So it is more expensive to just flat out buy a new one. Basically, the game assumes that the way you're going to acquire mechs is either going to keep your existing one and you're going to keep it repaired, updated, and keep it working, or you might salvage it from a battle, like it's a spoil of war, basically. That's kind of cool. I don't know. It's kind of sweet. So, like, for example, here we see that in the last session, Marco's lance mate took out a warhammer in the last kerfuffle. So salvaging that mech is now an option. So they can either rebuild their destroyed griffin for 2 XP, salvage the warhammer with a base cost of 3 HP for a heavy mech minus 1 XP for salvage, and rebuild it for 2 XP for a total of 4 XP, or buy a new marauder, which costs 3 plus 2 for a brand new mech for a total of 5 XP. So that's pretty sweet. And I believe that is a marauder mech here on the side of the book. I think that's a marauder. It looks like a marauder. Pumpkin says more games should give you tension on your XP by requiring you to spend it on things. I think it's kind of cool. It's definitely, you know, we're used to like everybody levels up at the same time. And don't you all feel happy that you got to play? Jasari confirming it is a marauder. Marauder. I just remember it from Mechwarrior 2 and 3. Right. How do you keep your mech rough looking? Keep saving XP, skipping repair, and keep pushing your luck. Exactly, Hardrick, until eventually it explodes and fucking takes you with it. There are no levels in this game. That is correct, Rayo Man. That tracks with what I've experienced playing Mechwarrior 5. In that game, you almost never see a new mech for sale. They're always torn up and missing parts, and you have to fix it up. I agree. Them cockpits with chicken wings are not my cup of tea, I have to say. Oh my God, I love them so much. That thing looks so awesome. All right. Now, this is the rules to convert all of the stuff from Total Warfare, which is the... I don't know where it is, but it's the BattleTech book. Where the hell did I throw it? Oh. Yeah, so this is the tech manual, which just contains a bunch of like, this is just endless splat for mechs. And then this is Total Warfare, which is all the rules for battle fighting mechs techs. And these are maybe older editions. I mean, this is probably at least 10 years old, so I'm sure there's more up-to-date editions. But this is all the rules for determining how to convert all those mechs from all your other BattleTech games into mechs that you can buy for this game. So that's pretty sweet. So here's all this. By the way, somebody said in chat that they are right. Look at this. The head gets divided by 3. The torso gets divided by 3 and rounded up. So somebody said before, it looks like they divided by 3, which looks completely correct. Yeah, by the way, it does say, disregard all right and left torso internal structure values. Only calculate the center internal structure value. And then there's a whole thing here about how to decide how much heat and things like that. All right, here we go. So here's all of our different weapons. We've got them all. We've got machine guns. We've got auto cannons, 2, 5s, 10s, and 50s. We've got SRMs. We've got LRMs. Although I don't see SSRMs. We've got small lasers, medium lasers, large lasers, PPC, flamers, and bombs. Okay, so it's not every weapon in Mechwarrior, but it's a lot of weapons. We can see how much damage it does. We can see how much, if it's a ballistic weapon, a missile weapon, or an energy weapon, how much heat it generates. And then what are its range penalties if it's okay, a penalty to hit, or if it can't be fired at long range or short range. Jasari saying 30-25 is too early for streaks to be widespread. Look at that. True nerd. Love it. So yeah. So we got a bunch of different things here to decide how much heat is generated by a weapon group and all this other stuff. But yeah. What is, oh, this is the total war value. It says ignore the total war scale values in parentheses. That's if you're using total war, like if you're using base Mechwarrior game to play the game. So that's what that's. So you can see that the damage was roughly halved, kind of, sort of. It's more like it's 40% actually, almost. I don't know what BT is, and I don't know what Titanfall is, and I definitely don't know what a BT from Titanfall is. Only reason I even know that Titanfall is a video game is because people were talking about it at length during the one stream. So here begins the gear porn. Here is all of the stuff that our pilot can have. We've got vibro swords, auto pistols, laser pistols, needlers, snipers, SRM launcher, a vibro knife. And here are some pre-made characters, if you just want to grab one. Here is a Warhammer with, it's a 70-ton, so it requires 3 hardware points. So your starting regular character isn't going to be able to handle this. It has a heat dissipation value of 4, moves 2. It has 2 PPCs, generating 4 heat every time you fire it. They are located in the right arm and left arm. You have 2 medium lasers and an SRM-6, and you have 2 small lasers and 2 machine guns. And those are all the different weapon groups that you have combined. So even though you have all these different weapons, they're basically combined into 3 different weapon groups. You have your double PPC, you have your double laser SRM weapon, and then you have your laser machine gun option. So basically you have a super high heat, low heat ballistic, and then you have a no heat ballistic option. But again, that only does, 4 damage. And we can also see some different range options. Like, for example, the PPCs are actually bad at short range. This is definitely a short range mech. Like, we don't have, like, the machine guns and lasers don't even reach out to medium and long. And most of our weapons start getting pretty nasty penalties once we get out that range. So this is definitely a thing. So, yeah. Well, the good news is, if I'm reading this correct, and I think I am, let me see the PPC. A PPC generates 2 points of heat. By the way, in normal Mechwarrior, where you actually have like a heat scale. For those of you who haven't seen it before, like what were we looking at? We were just looking at a Warhammer. Let me look at. Let me bring up a Warhammer stat sheet. That's terrible. Okay. Nope, that's not a Warhammer. Is that a Warhammer? No, that's an awesome. All right, well, we'll use this one. This is not, I don't think this is a default one. I think this is a user made one, like, a custom made one. So this is the way that heat normally works. Like, you track heat on this left scale here. And so a PPC generates 10 heat. You can see it down here. The PPC is in the left arm and it generates 10 heat. And so when you fire a PPC, this heat scale would go from 0 to 10. It would shoot up to 10. And here you can see that at 10 heat, you get -2 to your movement points. But then you have heat sinks, which can, reduce 18 heat per turn. And your heat can build up and build up and build up and build up. But this is again, a fancy record sheet that somebody I think made or whatever, or maybe Catalyst Games makes it. I don't know. But anyways, so this is where you track the armor damage, and then the structure over here is your internal structure. Anyways, pretty cool. But again, you can see that the PPC does 10 damage and generates 10 heat. But then if we look at the sheet, the description of the PPC here, you can see that it says 10 damage and 10 heat. So the parentheses is the conversion into the normal game. Anyways, long story short, the PPC generates 2 points of heat. So our twin-linked PPC on this Warhammer generates 4 points of heat. But our heat dissipation is 4. So as long as the only thing we do is jet fire our PPCs, we're actually pretty effective. Now, if we start firing PPCs and lasers and missiles every turn, now we're going to be generating 6 heat. And we're going to start to build up our heat value and start suffering problems. Anyways, here's the back of this guy. They have their stats, 2s across the board. And yeah, I mean, it's a pretty basic character sheet, actually. They've got a vibro saber from the Academy. They've got a holdout pistol, and they also have a laser rifle. Yeah, it's pretty cool. Now, again, these cues are literally just ideas for you to, like, you know, basically they're role-playing cues more than anything. I'm not ready to die. I'm already dead. Here is Mara Singer from the Federated Sun. She's a fighter pilot. Pretty basic little ship here. Here is Kaito Yukumura from House Kurita, piloting a Griffin with PPC and an LRM-10. The PPC is in the right arm, and the LRM is in the torso. Probably like a shoulder-mounted LRM, I assume. Anyways, so there's a bunch of characters, you know, pre-gens. If you just want to grab one of those and get in there and start playing. Or a lot of pre-gens. We also have NPCs, which are a lot simpler. Here's just an NPC sheet, just so we can kind of take a look at this. Very basic. Ooh, this is like a space. This is like a weird alien. I didn't think they had aliens. Maybe it's like it's not like a intelligent, it's like a creature. Here's a Comstar Acolyte. And then they give us a bunch of mission briefings. And again, these basically are just like one-page session logs with ideas for how to run the session. It's basically kind of like a adventure frame. Like if Daggerheart had campaign frames, this has adventure frames. And they give us a bunch. I wonder if they've produced a bunch of these. Like, you know, it seems like this would be a great book, you know, just to have like 30 mission briefings. You know, it'd be pretty easy to do. And then we get into the Warriors catalog. And here it is, people. Here is all the gear porn, from fingernails that are carbon fiber reinforced, of course, to stun sticks, to katanas, to vibro swords, to needler rifles, needler pistols, combat shotguns, pump shotguns, auto pistol, laser pistol, flechette, gyro jet pistols, harpoon guns, auto cannons, espionage gear, explosives, armor, the like. And then, yes, mechs. We've got light mechs. We've got the Locust. All right. It's only a 20-ton, only 20-ton, right? So there's none of these, like, I mean, I'm not saying that that's not, you know, that's not big, but 20-ton mech is still a healthy mech. Like, look at the size of the cockpit, right? Like, you know, this is still definitely bigger than a person. It's got a medium laser mounted in the torso and 2 machine guns on its quote-unquote arms. It's a lightweight Bug Chicken Walker. I love the design of this. This thing looks like an ATST, which I think looks awesome from Star Wars. I love its big, like oversized, like kind of quadruped foots or feet. It's a chicken walker. I give this an A tier design. That's awesome. All right, the next is the Stinger, another light mech. This one's more man-like. I don't hate it. It looks a little bit Gundam-y. It's got the arm-mounted wing, but it doesn't have like toes and stuff like that. It still has like, you know, things. But again, I'm less like the people like mechs. This one's a little bit too people-like. I'm going to give the Stinger a C. All right, next is a Wasp. This one is also a bug mech. Again, very common light battle mech. This one has jump jets. Very similar to the one we just looked at, so I'm going to give that a C as well. This one has a medium laser and an SRM-2, which is mounted in the leg. Is that right? Here is the Commando, another light mech. It's a short-range brawler. Interesting. So this mech is designed to get up and close and punch. But again, yes, you can see that the weapons are at least integrated into the mechs, which I like. They're not holding them, which is why it's not a D. This one, I actually like the Wasp. I think I like the Wasp and the Stinger more. So I'm actually going to elevate the Wasp and the Stinger to C+. And that way I can give the Commando a C. The Valkyrie. I love this torso-mounted LRM-10. That looks so cool. I love this medium laser on the right arm. Here's a light mech. Valkyrie looks really cool. I love this shoulder-mounted or this torso-mounted LRM-10. Very cool. It's humanoid. It's a bipedal walker, but it's definitely a tank. So I'm going to go that this is a B+ for me. Here is a Phoenix Hawk. So now we're into the medium mechs. This is a heavy scout. It's got some jump jets. It's got a large laser, 2 medium lasers, 2 machine guns. So again, we can see that the laser is integrated into the arm. It's got jump jets and a machine gun. I like the big oversized jump jets. It's very fast movement. Short range, under armored mech. I'm going to give this one a solid B. Oh, I love this Griffin. Griffin is great. So this is a medium mech. Oh, they're all medium mechs. With a PPC mounted in the arm and an LRM-10 up on the shoulder. I love the cockpit. It's a bipedal mech, but it looks like a walking tank. It's got big, blocky shoulders. It's got a real cockpit. It's got a 55-ton mech. I love the LRM pod up on the shoulder. I love the integrated PPC in the right arm. Very cool looking mech. Shadowhawk. Here we've got a AC-5 mounted up on the shoulder and an LRM-5 mounted here in the kind of upper right chest. This mech is interesting because, it does have an integrated medium laser in its right arm. This one's okay. I don't know. This one doesn't speak to me as much, but it is very versatile because, like, again, you can see that this thing can hit long range with its LRM-5, but it's also dangerous up close with its medium laser and short range, and then it's got the AC-5 to sort of be at that short to medium range, which is kind of cool. So I do appreciate the versatility of the Shadowhawk. Yeah, I'll give it a solid B. Wolverine. Wolverines never say die. Love the blocky construction. This weird torso kind of is strange here. It's a heavy scout. Oh, it's got jump jets. It's got an auto cannon mounted in the torso. And it has an LRM or an SRM-6 mounted in the torso. Oh, sorry. The AC-5 is in the arm. The medium laser is in the head. And the SRM-6 is in the torso. Okay. This is pretty cool. I mean, I'm going to give this one a C. I don't like this one much. I don't like this big, weird disc thing on the torso. All right, here is our first heavy mech, the Dragon, and I love it. It's a bipedal walker, but this thing looks like a 60-ton tank. It's got double medium laser. It's got a massive LRM-10 mounted right in the center of the channel, or right in the center of the creature. And it's got an AC-5 mounted on the right arm, underslung to 2 medium lasers. That's a mech. Love it. A. I give it A-. I'll give it an A-, but I love it. Here is the Rifleman. I love the Rifleman. I think it's a really cool mech. Even though it is kind of humanoid, I love that it literally doesn't have arms. It just has these 2 massive laser cannons in the form of 2 large lasers and 2 AC-5s, just capable of just devastating at, with these just pouring on fire support. Love this one. 60 tons. I love the tags. The tags give you such a good flavor for the mech. Again, as far as I could tell, they don't do anything mechanically. They just they tell you, quote, what it is. Like fire support, Star League era, anti-aircraft, heat monster, under armored. It's basically a moving anti-aircraft platform. You can see that the large lasers generate a lot of heat. And by the way, this thing only dissipates 2 points of heat. So if you fire your large lasers, just your large lasers, you are going to start to accumulate heat. Here is the Thunderbolt. This is for planetary assault. This one has an off-center cockpit, which is kind of really cool. I like that the cockpit is over the side because you've got this massive LRM-15 mounted up on your shoulder. I love that the art lets you see exactly where each item is. It's very cool. Very highly armored. Looks like it is. Strong mech. I'm going to give that one. I'm going to give the Rifleman an A. I'm going to give the Thunderbolt an A. I love it. And there's the Catapult. The Catapult is a missile boat. It is a chicken walker. It has no arms. It just has 2 LRMs mounted on the shoulder pods. Basically what are essentially its arms. And some lasers mounted in the torso. I love the Catapult. It is an A+ to me. I think that is such a cool looking mech. Here is the Archer. Here we go. Now we're getting into it. 70 tons, double LRM 20s mounted up in the torso, medium lasers mounted in the best. Looks like a badass. I love the pods opening up. Archer is going to get a solid A from me as well. Love just this long range brawler. Look at one of the tags. Iconic. Jasari says, Catapult and Archer, love the missile boats. Me too. Love it. Warhammer gets an A+ for me. This is one of my favorite mech designs. I love the big, huge PPCs at the end of the arms. I love the big missile pod up on the shoulder. I mean, this to me is just like, I love the sort of exaggerated waist silhouette of the mech. This to me is a BattleTech mech. It even says it's a gunslinger mech, you know? This thing is designed to fire its PPCs with a 4 heat dissipation. PPCs generate 4 heat. Just solid. Just be able to light people up and encourage them. Marauder gets an A++. This is another classic design. Although this particular sketch, I do feel like this AC-5 is a little bit overly exaggerated in terms of its size, at least when I remember it. I mean, I don't remember. It's been a long time since I played Mechwarrior. I just remember loving this mech. It's a chicken walker, so it gets an A+ from me. Again, I love the line of it. I love the massive PPCs hanging out. Again, though, it only dissipates 3 heat, and firing off those 2 PPCs generates 4 heat. So you can start cooking. Here is the Awesome. And as true to its name, the Awesome is really sweet. I'm going to give that one an A as well. And the Battle Master. This used to be, I think, the best mech. You needed like a cheat code or something to get this in Mechwarrior 2, I think. I think it was I think it was. I don't think it was common. I don't think it was naturally available. But this is a highly valued frontal assault mech, very highly armored. It's got a bunch of lasers, a PPC mounted up on the right arm. It has a variety of lasers mounted throughout its torso. You can see them surrounding its cockpit. There's 4 lasers on either side of the cockpit. And, it's just It's just solid in this sort of short, medium range. It's just able to pour unbelievable damage on you. Not so much a long range, dealer, but. And then we get into trucks and stuff, and I don't give a shit about these. So, my favorite mech from this book is probably the Warhammer. It's either the Warhammer or the Catapult. I love both of those mechs so much. Thunderbolt's a classic, too. I like the Catapult. I like the Archer's good, too. I like the Archer. I like the Catapult. I like the Thunderbolt. I like most of the heavy mechs, basically, what it comes out of. I like the Warhammer. I love the Marauder. And the Awesome's Awesome's okay. It's not my favorite. Battlemaster is A+. So yeah. There we go. And for those of you who really care, we've also got things like a patrol vehicle. Hey, you could fly a helicopter. Hunchback isn't in the book. But again, they give you conversion rules so that you can convert all of the mechs from actual BattleTech and convert them into the game. And then we have a whole mess of rules for, hey, do you also want to play BattleTech? Would you like some BattleTech with your role-playing game, right? So we're not going to get into these rules, needless to say, but yeah. And then the final thing is just a kind of almost like a campaign frame. If you want to do a sort of a different era, which is when the clans invaded with their Omni mechs from outside of clan space or from outside of inner sphere space, and invaded and tried to take over everything. And of course, anyone who played Mechwarrior, they know Clan Wolf, they know Clan Jade Falcon, they know Clan Smoke Jaguar, they know Clan Ghost Bear. I actually don't know Clan Diamond Shark. I don't remember that one, or Nova Cat or Steel Viper, but I definitely remember Clan Wolf, the chosen of Kerensky. We remember we embrace the remembrance, the reasons for Exodus, and the light of Terra will be ours. So, but basically they are an extremely, it's a caste-based society with like genetic elitism. If you've ever seen like Gattaca, the movie with Ethan Hawke and Uma Thurman, it's basically like that. They're like, the people are genetically engineered. They're raised in pods. They're, it's a warrior culture. It's really, eugenics based. Dr. Metropolis says, is that where the cool mechs live? Oh, absolutely, Dr. Metropolis. Things like the Timberwolf. So none of the mechs that you would like. Bring it up here. Open image. The Nova, Kit Fox. Yeah, so this is the Timberwolf. This is my favorite mech of all time, for sure. It's also known as a Mad Cat, but it is awesome. It's one of the coolest mechs of all time. It has twin LRM 20s mounted up on the shoulder pods. It has lasers, machine guns. You can even equip it, I think, with PPCs, but by default, it is just a laser machine that also has this incredible long range punch of a double LRM 20 strike. It is awesome. And yeah, peak Omni mech, Enders. I completely agree with you. And of course, it is a chicken walker of chicken walkers. It's got that great like pod. It looks like an Omni mech, right? Where you can see the very palm structure. So yeah, no beam saber. No beam saber. We don't need beam sabers here. So that is Mechwarrior Destiny. Again, we've got a whole section here, by the way. Oh, wait. Do we have some new mechs in here? Oh, here we go. Yeah, we get some clan stuff. We get Gauss rifles. We get LBX autocannons. We get case, right? Case is a way that you can basically eject your ammo, and if so, it doesn't blow up. We get pulse lasers. We get streak SRMs. Oh, this is the good shit. AMS, anti-missile systems. Targeting computer. Targeting. Yeah, sweet. Look at all that. Now there we go. Now we're talking. Now we're in my home. Because Mechwarrior 2 is my first game. And in Mechwarrior 2, you are definitely playing a clanner. And so this is mine. ER lasers, streak missiles, ultra ACs, LBX autocannons. ER PPCs. Yeah. Yeah. Very cool. Double heat sinks or riot. I don't know if we get. All right, people. Let's get ready. You ready for just like nonstop A pluses? Okay, here we go. Fire Moth, A plus. Super lightweight mech. Used it a bunch on early missions. Fire Moth, though, I love it. It's so fast. It's so awesome. Fire Moth, A plus. Missed Lynx. I actually don't know this one. Maybe this is a Clan Smoke Jaguar mech. I don't remember this one as much, but it still looks pretty sweet. Look at those big, oversized mech pods, you know? Kit Fox. This is like the first mech that you play in Mechwarrior 2. I love the Kit Fox. It's a chicken walker. It's a small mech, but it's awesome. Classic Omni mech design with the bipedal arms. Chicken walker. Perfect. Love it. The Adder. Here's another mech I don't know, actually, but it does have double PPCs, which I love. The Viper. I don't like the big beak on this thing here. I'm actually going to give this one a B. This is the first mech I'm giving a B to. I don't like the big beak. The Ice Ferret. I don't know that one either. I don't hate it. I kind of don't like this front porch design. I'm going to give it a B. The Nova. This is another classic. By the way, if you don't know their clan designation, they do have an inner sphere designation like Fenris or Dragonfly. I actually don't know the Ice S name. Puma, Uller. I know them mostly by their clan names. Obvious wants us to look at the weapons versus the heat sink on the Nova. All right, so the Nova has 7 heat dissipation, but look at it. It's got 4 tri-linked ER medium lasers. If you fired all of your lasers, you would generate 12 heat, you would dissipate 7, and then I think you would explode. I love its tags. Overarmed heat monster. It also has jump jets somehow. Sometimes there's that moment where you just absolutely need to kill the monster. Laser Vomit. I love the Nova for Laser Vomit. What an iconic mech. A plus for the Nova. Stormcrow, another favorite of mine. I love this mech. A. The Mad Dog. This is like the first heavy mech that I remember playing in thing. I love the big LRM 20 pods. A. Hellbringer. I know this as both Hellbringer and Loki. This was a mech I used a lot in Mechwarrior 3. In Mechwarrior 3, you play an inner sphere. So I knew this one more as a Loki, but another classic mech. I love it. I love PPCs. I love mixing like PPCs with missiles. Look at that. Look at the heat on that. 2 ER PPCs doing 10 damage, generating 6 heat with a bonus to hit at point blank short and medium, and only a -1 out at long range. What a freaking god tier that is. But I mean, you generate 5. You also can still dissipate 5 heat. I love the under armored questionable success. I love how the clan mechs are so. And of course, this is I mean, this is an A++++, right? I mean, the Thor or the Summoner is probably one of the most iconic mechs from BattleTech. I mean, I think outside of the Mad Cat or the Timberwolf, right? I mean, this is right. I mean, this is like one of, if not the most classic things of all time, with its autocannon, LRM, and ERPPC. It's just a very robust weapon with just great weapons at all the ranges. It's a fantastic weapon. And there she is. A plus 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 plus
I am
plus plus
strong.
plus.
Strong. Strong.
It gets them all.
Horizon Thundersphere.
My favorite mech of all time. Well, Dr. Metropolis, number one, the legs themselves also weigh, some amount of weight. Remember, the cockpit is hollow. There is a person in there. Secondly, myomere fibers. Exactly. Ferrofibrous armor makes it ultra light. Is ferrofibrous the one that takes up more slots but weighs less? Am I getting that right? Am I remembering that right? Look at the tags on this thing. Balanced, Clan Wolf, well armored, lethal, iconic. Julian says, I am correct. I'm so proud of myself right now for remembering that. And of course, yes, the endo steel internal structure. Dr. Metropolis, weren't you paying attention earlier when we were talking about all the gobbledygook about all of like the diamond crystal inweaved, monofibers? I mean, this is, for me, this is it. This is so amazing. Gargoyle. I'm not a big fan of the gargoyle. I don't like it's like it's got like a face. So I'm gonna give it a B. It's brutal, but I don't like the look of it. But I love its loadout, but it's brutal. Warhawk. It's like an upgraded Timberwolf. It doesn't look as cool, but it is more of an assault mech. But it is, yeah, like, as they say here, it's squat and boxy. It's a heat monster. It has double twin linked ER PPCs. 2 on the right arm, 2 on the left arm. This thing is capable of throwing out 20 damage if it hits twice with those double twin linked. But it will generate 12 heat. So it's very squat and boxy. I like that they even say it's squat and boxy. So while it is a chicken walker, I don't love it. The Executioner, I don't know this one. Oh, maybe I did know it as Gladiator. This one's got a Gauss rifle, 2 ER lasers, and machine guns. I like that this has, this thing will never overheat. Look at this thing. Nothing generates heat except for the ER lasers. They only generate 5 heat, and it dissipates 7. Yeah, it looks kind of underpowered. Like, I feel like you could get more, oomph out of it. And here is the Daishi, aka the 100-ton massive the ultimate assault Omni Mech. This thing is like the Timberwolf's kaiju version with 2 ER lasers, AC5, Ultra AC5, 2 sets of those. Look at the arm pods. They each have 2 lasers and an Ultra autocannon. And then 4 pulse lasers between the 2 arms. So each arm has 2 ER lasers, 2 medium pulse lasers, and an Ultra AC5. And this is this is the ultimate mech. I mean, this is just as big as it gets. It dissipates 9. It has a ton of armor. Yeah. It does have ammo in both arms, though. Actually has ammo everywhere, basically, except for the legs. But it does have a case system, so if it does blow up your armor ammo, it won't be so bad. And then we have Omni fighters, but I don't give a shit about those. All right, so we got to look at all the cool clan mechs. Derek loves clan mechs. It's unofficial. Derek is playing the clan era, and we're playing as the clan because I love the of course the clan are the bad guys. So, but Clan Wolf was always my favorite. I like Jade Falcon, but Clan Wolf was cool. I also like Clan Ghost Bear as well. So cool. So cool. So here is what your character sheet looks like if you're playing Total Warfare or Alpha Strike, by the way. This is what your character looks like if you're playing, you know, real BattleTech and then just using this as an RPG takeover. This is what the character sheet looks like if you're playing, you know, Mechwarrior Destiny. Crazily, Thaddeus, I think you are exactly correct. Oh, you're right. I do remember Kodiak, Fester, and I do remember that. Yeah. Well, the biggest advantage, Thaddeus, here is that, well, yes and no, Thaddeus. I'll say this. Number one, your character or the game is literally designed in single mission sessions. It's very honest about that. Number two, unlike Lancer, and now I hate to say this, okay? Unlike Lancer, this game does not focus on super tactical combat. I mean, all games, to a certain extent of TTRPGs, trad RPGs, Pathfinder 2 or whatever, have tactical combat. But Lancer combat is particularly, and Beacon, are particularly egregious, to the point where the game itself says, this is going to take you 2 to 3 hours. And I'm not going to lie, that I think is a problem for trying to figure out how to structure the mega game. Now, while we were at PAX, Thaddeus, the Lancer Reaches crew did send me a rules proposal, which I'll need to take a look at. And considering that I'm probably going to be sick sometime later tonight, I'm going to start taking some medicine. I can already feel it building up. I'll probably be sick on Thanksgiving, so I probably won't even get to, like, you know, go to Thanksgiving. I'll probably read through those rules. But the fact that this game is focused on the mission, number one. Number two, that the mission is single session. And number three, that the combat is basically designed to be like kind of really quick, you know, flighty whitey, makes it so it's really easy because you can basically actually get through a mission, right? And you could go on a mission and you could have 2 fights and do some other stuff, and I don't think it would be as much of a problem, you know? Right. So it's interesting too that this game is its own full complete game with its own fairly light, you know, damage system, or fairly light mech combat system. But if you wanted to, you can combine it with classic BattleTech or Alpha Strike as well. There are some parts that did stand out as being a little fiddly, George. The fact that you still have to roll the damage location rolls like at BattleTech. But I think that's just so iconic to what BattleTech is that they had to include it, right? Like they had to decide, you know, juice for squeeze, squeeze for juice. And they're like, look, we could give these mechs just a hit point track the way that we gave the PCs a hit, right? Like they could have given a mech a track like this, the same way that a person, you know, gets this track, you know? Like they could have done this. And now you don't have to do damage locations. You just fill up the boxes. And then once you fill up 3, you get a -1. And once you fill up, you know, 3, you get another, you know. But the thing is, it's like, then it doesn't feel like BattleTech. And I like that this is what a person does, right? A person takes hit points and then they get weaker and weaker and weaker and weaker as they take more and more physical damage. They get weaker and weaker and weaker and weaker until they either pass out, become staggered, or die. But a mech doesn't do that. A mech takes damage until that limb gets destroyed and gets blown off. So, I don't love the opposing roll systems either. I'm just not a big fan of that. I just, you know, but it is what it is. I mean, you could easily just say it's a 2d6, so it's really a 7. You know, at least the d20 has a lot of volatility. A 2d6 is pretty routinely a 7. So you could just say it's 7, 10, you know, whatever, 7, 10, 13, 15 or whatever. Well, I hope you do, Rayo Man. Good luck for you. All of us unemployed people out there pulling together. George says Alpha Strike does that, which is like combine all the hit points into just one track, and he hates it because it just doesn't feel like a mech combat at that point. Cinnabus, I also think that, so one of the problems that we're having with adapting Lancer is this idea that, you know, Lancer has this problem where the mission is supposed to be 3 to 5 to 6 sessions long and to have multiple encounters, multiple combats over those 3 to 5 sessions, because each combat usually is going to take an entire session. That's fine for home games, but for a mega game where one session is one mission, it's tricky because then you get into this resource depletion problem. And because Lancer has this idea that you're basically at full afterwards, they've had to create this home rule system in order to, and that which I have to review and look at to see how do they balance you not getting a full heal up. Whereas this game is very much about that. And, you know, you might go, hey, I'm going to pay the XP and repair my mech, which is fine, but then you're going to advance a little bit slower. And because it's not a level-based system, that also has a little bit of an advantage for a mega game as well. So it's kind of crazy. But this is one of the weirdest games we've ever looked at. And Elia hit it on the head here. She says, this is kind of like a sim-light Mechwarrior, agreed, with some narrative flair, and I don't hate it. And that is exactly right. Now, we didn't check out A Time for War, but they did provide that sidebar, and they basically said, if you want the hyper-crunchy simulationist game, if you want the BattleTech version of an RPG, that is what A Time of War is. But it's interesting, this game, I don't know how to really describe it, because on one hand, the narrative forward elements are super narrative forward, with the plot points, which is a meta currency that when you spend, like, so the GM only gets empowered with plot points if you, the players, spend them. Because I think the GM only starts with 1 plot point. And I think the players each start with 3. So, like, if the players don't spend any of their plot points, then the GM doesn't get any plot points. And that's really interesting. And then there's this idea of sort of like, now they do talk about the sidebar about if you want the game to be more trad, you can limit what players can do with the plot points, and you can kind of rein in a little bit of this idea of passing the micro GM, you know, microphone around, spotlight as we would call it. But I don't think that's actually that different from the idea of Powered by the Apocalypse. Like when I'm playing PPTA or I'm playing Daggerheart and it's a player's turn, I really am, as the GM, sitting back and I'm waiting to respond to what they're doing. I am in that role, in that space. I am simply there to see if a dice roll needs to be made, because even in a game like Burning Wheel, the players could go into a new town or a new place and they could say, like, I'm going to make a circles check to see if my friend, you know, Arissa is here. She's a traveling merchant. And who's Arissa? You just made her up. But there's the circles system in Burning Wheel, which is designed to let you make a check to see if you can kind of bend the narrative in a certain way, which I think is kind of cool. So there's a very, you know, and again, there's a lot of hand holding, like, you know, not only for people coming from BattleTech, but also from people coming from trad RPGs. It's kind of like, this is what it means to play a game that isn't just, I want to kill my opponent, right? You know, we talk about a lot of trad RPGs are very competitive focused, right? And that they kind of appeal to spikes, and that we're playing these RPGs because we want to see if we can beat the DM's adventure. Well, this is kind of taking that idea and really trying to help you through it and engage with it in a meaningful way. So I think that's really, really interesting. But then you have this kind of crunchy sim-light Mechwarrior game layered on top of it, with a bunch of optional rules to make it either more or less crunchy. Not to mention a full optional system, which we skipped, where you basically play your battles out using the Mechwarrior game, or, you know, the BattleTech game, which is also kind of wild and crazy. Did they mention picking up a blown off limb and using it as a club? No, but your limb could definitely get blown off. So I imagine that the option to pick it up and use it as a club is there. Yeah, exactly. So I don't know how well they addressed that, but the full repair point was a pain point, right? And how to deal with that, especially as it relates to the ultimate weapon thing that everybody wants to use in Lancer. What does Just say? Regarding Lancer, would it fit your format better if the in-mech combats are done as voice call sessions, while the in-between roleplay sections are done over chat in between scheduled games? The wider issue, Jess, is that the game is heavily balanced on the idea that you are going to go 3 or 4 or 5 combats before you get a quote unquote rest. And because of the length of the combats, there is no way to make it so that your character is able to do that in a single session. So then at the end of the session, your character is going to have damage on you. Normally in these mega games like PF2, right? You take a full rest and you're at full the next time you go to play. It's really tough to ask people in a mega game to like go into a new session already damaged, because it creates some balance issues and balance problems.
$20 laptop repair funding.
Hey, Stan, thank you so much for that. Thank you, Cinnabus. Appreciate the funding. Yeah, by the way, just to be clear, we'll try to keep this going here for the next week or so, because it's going to take them at least a week to get my part in, and then they can repair it. So I really appreciate the fact that you guys basically knocked out 25% of it already. You guys are the bee's knees, and I really, really appreciate that. We will get, I don't have any XP to spend to get this thing repaired. So I appreciate you guys. I appreciate you guys fixing my laptop for me, or helping me fix my laptop for me. I also think my insurance, my house insurance is due this month, my annual, and my auto insurance renews, and I still have to pick a new health insurance because now I have to go onto the public option. We'll see how horrible that is. Anyways, so the problem we have is that, let's say you have been on 2 missions and your character's really messed up and you haven't had a long rest yet. If we just let you get a long rest after every mission, the game will never be challenging because your character is designed to be ablated after 2 or 3 or 4, layers. Oh, the public option is amazing. What's not amazing is that they've underfunded and cut it away and eroded it and mutilated it, instead of making it a system of true single payer health option, which is 100% what it should be. And I don't know why. All right, I'm not going to go off on too much of a rant here, but I'm just going to say this. If you think we all pay taxes for police and fire and EMS and roads and streetlights, and all of those things seem like they are just basic, essential services that we pay for. And you know what? My house burned down, or started to burn down last year. I used my fire department service, but I bet there are many people who go their entire lives and they never need the services of their fire department. And yet they happily pay for that in their local community taxes and their property taxes their entire life, because they understand the value of having that kind of service. And how and what now, but here's the thing, but the chances are probably pretty good. You will never need the fire department. You're doing that as a civil service, but I'm going to guarantee you at some point in your life, you're going to need healthcare. That's a given. That's not a if, that's a when. Because you're all going to get sick and die eventually, even if you live your whole life completely healthy. So anyways, so how streetlights is an essential service that we all pay. We all agree that we should pay for streetlights, but health insurance? Go figure. Anyways, I mean, we can agree or disagree on different elements of conservatism and liberalism and Democrats and Republicans. And, look, I'm not a big fan of Democrats right now either, if I'm going to tell you the truth. But on healthcare, can't we all agree that we should all just have access to healthcare? Is there any reason that we don't have access to health? Like, again, we all have access to the fire department. We all have access to public schools. We all have access to the roads. We all have access to the, in my local community, they put up, in the downtown area, they put up Christmas, lights at Christmas time, and they put up, flowers in the springtime. I appreciate that. We're all of our taxes are going to those Christmas lights, and it looks pretty and it looks nice, and I appreciate it. It's a nice little festive winter wonderland. They put up a nice decoration in the town square, lots of pretty lights and stuff like that. We all agree to that. We all pay for that. But yeah. I know. I listen, I know why it happens, but we vote. So we're, at the end of the day, we're responsible for why this happens. So yeah. And listen, yeah, I mean, I think having a strong military is a very valuable thing. I am a big believer that, you know, the American military, while it has done, you know, some not so great things, I think, you know, it, in some ways, it single-handedly saved civilization multiple times, especially in, you know, the world wars. So, yeah, you know, it has done some good things, and you know, and I know people in the military who have basically their entire career has been spent saving lives and helping out, you know, impoverished and destitute people. So, I mean, I'm not saying that we shouldn't have a military. I'm just saying, you know, people are sick and dying. That's fucked up. Anyways, point is, I previously was on my health, you know, my company's health insurance, and obviously that expired, and now I have to go out into the market. So we'll see. We'll see how we do. Yeah, all my shop insurance is just renewed. Oof. Yeah. Well, thank you for reminding to update your Prime subs. I didn't see your little blue. By the way, Elia, if you wanna support us, and you know money's tight, it's the holidays, I get it, but you might still have Amazon Prime because you can't go without that. Jeff Bezos is already getting your money, so in that case, you could always throw us a couple bucks. You already pay for it; it's part of your Amazon Prime subscription. But if you go to twitch.tv/nightslastcall, there at the bottom, you can you can use your Amazon Prime account, and that Amazon owns Twitch. I don't know if you knew this or not, but Amazon owns Twitch. So as part of your Amazon Prime service, you get one free Amazon Prime sub that you can give to a streamer of your choice once a month. Big
Thaddeus tipped $75. This was a surprising game. Not what I expected. For both the laptop and perhaps kicking die, RPG up the first look list.
Thaddeus, you got it. I will bump die up. Thank you so much. That is a very generous offer, and I really appreciate it. Especially because it's coming back from PAX, buddy. You know, that's money you could have spent on a game, and instead we have to fix my broken ass laptop, and it's just so depressing. But thank you, Thaddeus. I really appreciate it. It was really great to get to meet you, and I hope I can get you into another game here in 2026. I know Torchbearer wasn't your speed, but you know, maybe another one of the games I will run will be more your speed, like One Rings. I'm the same. I mean, to be fair, I was a little strained on cash, but again, I like you, I didn't have the space, so I had to keep it. I was already pretty tough. It was pretty tough. It was pretty tough to fit my little that I did bring, you know. Yeah, this was very pleasantly surprised. Thank you, Enders, for the follow. Appreciate that. That's true. Thaddeus, I'm going to say something that I think you're 100% correct. I think, you know, the Luke and Tor were a little bit too on the spot with making mages like, you know, BX magic users, where you basically get like one totally crap spell and that's it, and then everything else kind of sucks. I think it also comes down to the type of skills that you choose and the type of things that you build. But overall, Thaddeus, I think you're 100% right. And, you know, in many ways, it reflected the way that I've seen people see when they play BX D&D. You know, somebody's like a dwarf or an elf or a fighter, and they're doing all this cool stuff, and they're heroic slaying, and they're killing goblins left and right. And then their mage has one spell per day, and that spell is Tensor's Floating Disc. You know, and you're like, okay, what else do I do here, though? What else can I do here? So I agree. It is definitely a long-term investment option. And eventually, once you have, you know, a bunch of levels and a bunch of spells in your book and your memory palace, then I think it could be a lot more fun, a lot more powerful. GM Scott stuck with the mage through the entire campaign. It was only right towards the end when he finally got like Wizard's Aegis or Wizard's Sigil that he was actually able to really start doing more and being more proactive and stuff like that, and doing a lot more. So that was pretty cool. So for sure. Yeah, that's another cool option as well. I know somebody in the one of the two groups used alchemy to try to start making like little healing potions and stuff like that. Right. I drink and I know things and I cast Tensor's floating disc once per day. Ironically, everybody agreed that in Torchbearer. Oh, that was you. Okay. So I was like, okay. It was a while ago at this point. So yeah. So you were starting to do that. That's pretty cool. But I will say that when everyone starts playing Torchbearer and the first time you realize how much of a pain in the ass inventory management is in Torchbearer, and then you realize that the floating disc spell basically creates a 10-slot backpack essentially that weighs nothing. You're like, oh my God, this is power overwhelming. It's actually kind of a really funny moment. Like if you don't love a good inventory management debacle, then Torchbearer is definitely not for you. Hey, thank you, Jester, for the sub. Thank you, Enders, for the sub. Appreciate that. We got a hype train going here. Hallelujah. Anyways, it was awesome seeing you though, Thaddeus. I really appreciate that. But yeah, exactly. And you don't think it costs $20,000 for a hammer, do you? That's such a great movie. Let's see here. Amen, Tim. When I say when we all deserve healthcare, I mean it. I agree. Let's see here. Jess says, it's wild to me when people get weird about paying for schools when they don't have kids. I, for one, enjoy living in a country where other people can do things like, read. Yeah, I mean, it's, what is it? Societies grow great. What's the quote? Societies grow great when men plant trees in whose shade they will never sit. Is that the saying? Is that the quote? So, we are in dire need of people willing to plant trees in whose shade they will never sit. Oh yeah, I mean, Torchbearer takes it to another level though, Rayo Man. So, anyways, this was one of the most surprising games that we looked at this year. I'm not even lying. Like, I'm trying to think of another game that really just like obviously like One Ring surprised me because I really liked it. And, we've really been enjoying it. I loved, looking at Trespasser from Tundalis and the system that he came up with there, combining 4th edition and OSR. We really were impressed with Wild Sea and all these other, but like somehow this is like the most narrativist game that we've seen. And also somehow still a fairly crunchy mech game, like with very recognizable BattleTech, BattleTech DNA, which is wild and crazy. So I don't know what to tell you. There is an affiliate link in the doobly-doo below if you want to buy it from Drive-Thru RPG. I think it's on sale. Normally it's like $15 for the PDF. I think it's only like $8 or $9 or $10 right now if you do want to take a look at it, along with the other one, the Time for War. I will say that, again, I'm biased. My exposure to mechs came from Mechwarrior. It came from BattleTech. So for me, this is much more aligned. Now, don't get me wrong. I mean, I also, I saw Gundam and stuff when I was a kid growing up, but that's just not, and Voltron was a big fan of mine. But for me, when it comes to like war and tanks, it's really all about like this style of mech. And I love this kind of system. I love the management of it. Now, don't get me wrong. Lancer and Battle Century G all had some really, really cool stuff. But this was a really weird game, and I don't know how to say it. Apparently, Shadowrun Anarchy is also using this Q system, which I think is a little bit of a misnomer because that Q system doesn't really do anything. Voltron was a fan of Derek. Oh, yes, absolutely. Voltron, he knew my name. He came and visited me, right? From Star League or whatever. I don't remember the name of Voltrons that they were a member of. Don't forget Chubos. Was Chubos this year? Chubos. Chubos was September 19th, 2024, Ben. So that was 15 months ago. So that was 2024. Chubos was by far, no. Oh, I don't know. The game, what is the game that broke me the most? There's a couple of top contenders. Ryutama, which was like a roller coaster ride. Break actually had the Dark Eye, das Schwarg Eye or whatever. I'm trying to think of some other games that really broke me. DSE, yeah, the Dark Eye. DSA, thank you. Das Schwarg Og or whatever. The Dark Eye definitely broke me. Yeah. I also wish queues had a little bit of a mechanical bit to it. It seems like it's a lot of space on your character sheet for something that ultimately doesn't really matter. It's really, I mean, again, just to highlight it, like there's all these spaces and it's basically just to write down quips and catchphrases. But I really just think it's because they understand. I mean, again, I'm not making fun of anybody here, but I have seen a bunch of people within our own Patreon Discord who have, bought products or have worked on lists or whatever, or have bought decks of cards or whatever from other games and try to repurpose them to, quote, give them something they can draw from when it's their time to make a GM move in Daggerheart. And it's because they're being put on the spot. They have to do something that's going to advance the story. And they're like, I don't know what to do. So the idea is I draw from this deck of cards or I roll on this table and it gives me an idea and I can go from that. I think queues are the same way. I think they are there to be training wheels, probably predominantly for people who have only played BattleTech, but maybe from people who have come from a more trad-based experience. And suddenly this game is giving you the spotlight, or what they call the microphone. And they're saying, hey, add something to this story, add something to the story. You have a lot of, it'll probably be something that your character is doing or your character is trying to initiate or your character is trying to figure out, but it's giving you a lot of carte blanche and it's trying to say, hey, maybe you can add add a descriptive element to the scenario. Maybe you can add in some NPCs or some background characters because you think it'd be a cool moment. It's really being very, very loose with that interpretation. But I think for a lot of people, not just BattleTech players, but for people who've only played 5th edition D&D, that might be a very tough challenge. So in some ways, this is just like an expanded version of, bonds, flaws, ideals, or whatever. So I think that's what they were trying to go with this. Is I think they were trying to make it as easy as possible. But there is definitely a Daggerheart-esque experiences type thing as well. I definitely think there is a way that you could mechanize them. I don't even know that you really need to, but yeah, because traits kind of do that, right? Traits are kind of a mechanical version of that. Because again, cues are what you are, not how you'll react or something like that. That could be a way to do it. You could kind of get like very Forbidden Landsy with it in that respect, especially if you want to award more XP or something like that. I mean, there's a couple ways to do that. Jackal says Mech reaches hype. Yeah, I mean, I don't know what we're gonna do. I mean, we have problems with Foundry versions, right? They're on V13. They're going to V14. Everything's on V12 or earlier. Lancer isn't perfect because not only is it out of date for Foundry, but people were trying to have to create all these house rules just to make the game engine work. I don't know. The truth of the matter is, we just need to design our own Mega Reaches game. I don't know what a game that is designed expressly for a mega game and try to avoid all these problematic problems. But what is that game and how does it work? I don't know. We'll find out. So this is the only thing I'll say, Pumpkin. This is going back to what we were talking about earlier. Pumpkin said when I was younger, I definitely had the mentality of if it doesn't direct me, it doesn't care. People need to be taught. I fully respect and acknowledge that times are really tough for people right now. Now, some of that is systematic. Some of that is, the very same people, power brokers that are screwing us over and misdirecting us or, accumulating massive wealth while people are struggling to make ends meet. So I get it. It is tough. I am not a father. I'm not married. I do not have kids. I've seen in my life as someone who never had kids, I've seen my friends go from being, single guys to, dating guys to married guys to married women to having a kid, to being a mom, right? To being a dad. And I basically saw people go from being like, I want to help everybody and it's the world of two. Fuck everybody else, my family first. And, that I'm sure there's, you're fighting a billion years of evolution there. So I'm not judging anybody for that. That's a tough road to hoe. And so when you're struggling as a family to provide the kind of life for, you know, especially for your kids, that you think that they should have, or maybe that they do deserve to have, certainly is the same as you had or better. It's very hard to care for other people, for sure. You know, I'll just say that. Yeah, we have to make reaches, right? It's a mega reach where you journey into the other reaches. Right, bespoke VTTs, that's the way to go. I'll just do a $4 million Kickstarter real quick. So yeah, I again, all of our games have been an effort to try to make, because mega games have a lot of challenges, to say the least, but sometimes the mechanics are tough to complain. But there seems to be a very passionate group of people who want to play Lancer. So, you know, if they're willing to do the work and we're willing to put something together, and again, it doesn't have to last for 6 months. It only has to last for, you know, 3 months or something like that. You know, if people get to go and play some cool mech games and blow up some cool mechs and everybody gets to have fun, that's all I want, you know, especially while we're trying to figure out what we're doing next year. But now people said, Derek, when are we doing, when are we doing Middle Earth reaches? That was when I heard Middle Earth reaches. Dagger Heart reaches, of course. Dagger reaches, I should say. Middle Earth reaches. Yeah. Inner reaches. I don't know if that sounds correct. Yeah, Dagger reaches. Yes, of course. Moria reaches. That also came up in one of the streams where we were taking that idea of people reclaiming Moria. Yeah, we're really reaching here. That's great. Derek, when is next first look reaches? Well, the problem is, I've said this before, but the reason mega games are very popular is because it's very tough to get 3 or 4 people together to play a game, even when you have a big community. But if you can get 50 people to get together to get a game, then chances are probably pretty good that even though your schedule is really fucked, that you'll be able to play a game or run a game. Like, let's say I want to run games as a GM. Okay. It's very appealing to me to say, I don't need to run a game this week and I'm not going to disappoint anybody because it's not a regular scheduled game. Or I could run a game on Monday because I have Tuesday off. Hey, I have nothing going on Saturday. I'm going to schedule a game for Saturday. It gives you so much flexibility as a GM that we traditionally don't have as game masters. Right, wrong, or indifferent. The standard model is, you know, we play every Saturday or we play every other Sunday. We play on the first and third Mondays of the month. We play once a month, and you're locked into that schedule. And now suddenly everyone has to align to that schedule, or people miss sessions. And suddenly you're like, do we still play? And, oh, we lost 2 people. Can we still play with 2 people? Then people are kind of like looking to be like, oh, okay, well, I guess we don't need to play. Thank you, Fusterian, for subscribing with Prime. So mega games solve all that by giving you as a player and as a GM real ultimate flexibility. And more so, you know, this is more of a problem for KOLC. A lot of people in Knights of Last Call are willing, excited GMs. They want to run games. They just want to play them too. So mega games, the way we play them, where you can be a player and a GM, lets you have your cake and eat it too. You get to run games, which obviously a vast number of people, a lot of people, some of the most talented, passionate GMs I've ever met are not me. They are members of our community. People like Ben, I don't know if he's still here. You know, I hold in high regard as probably one of, if not the like single overall greatest GMs I've ever met in my life. Both for his commitment, his willingness to play with anybody. I mean, we were drinking at a bar and he was trying to get Tundalus to run a game for us with no dice. It was a sight to be sold. I might even say he was bullying him into trying to because he was trying to push him out of his comfort zone. Anyways, so great GMs who are really passionate about GMing, and in some ways maybe even more than me. Like, you know, I love GMing, but I'm more passionate in some ways about the systems themselves in some ways. Whereas I've met so many people who just love to run the games and they're on KOLC, but they get to play too. So it's like, you know, it's a win-win. So mega games are really, really great from that perspective, for flexibility, for finding new players, for not, being able to switch hit and, be a player, be a GM, be a player, GM. Hey, I have to take off for 2 weeks. No, it's no problem. No one's disappointed. We'll just, we'll play with other people. Hope we'd love to see you back. So there's downsides too, but it's an interesting process. So you did, Beowulf. You missed it completely. So here's the deal. Stream is over, 4 hours. Thursday is Thanksgiving. So, and I'm definitely getting sick. So like I said, tomorrow was supposed to be our premiere of our One Ring starter set playthrough. We got Bob, we got Tim, and we got Bob's brother Danny, who you may remember from, you may know him from Bob's Twitch streams on Mondays, but also Bob's brother Danny originally played in our Rise of the Rune Lords campaign. He was remote. He was in the army at the time, and he played Villic, our goblin monk. But they're going to come over, but Danny is a big Lord of the Rings fan. Now, I think that means the movies, but that's okay. But I'm going to run them through the One Ring. I have played the One Ring, the original Hobbit starter set at a con, but I have never run it. So this will be kind of a nice way to get my feet wet as I get ready to run Moria as we move into the holiday season. So the guys, plus we kind of do want to do a dry run of the studio. Obviously we built it to play Daggerheart, but again, that's been a problem because so many of my players have had life and family and job and responsibilities that have really, injured parents and sick kids and all this other stuff. So I don't know that Danny would want to play Daggerheart, Jackal. I don't know. Danny he's a riddle wrapped inside an enigma, inside of a mystery. I don't know. Glenn, yeah, I consider myself lucky, Glenn. I do consider myself lucky. I fly airports and airports and airplanes and stuff. I wear my mask. Just there's no reason not to. I'm not talking to anybody. At the cons, I make a decision not to wear my mask, mostly because my job is to talk to people and to connect with people. And I do find that it is difficult for me to do that. So I make a decision not to wear a mask at the con. But I did go to PAX East, PAX West, Origins, and Gen Con, and I didn't get sick at any of those. And then I did get sick I feel like I'm getting sick at PAX Unplugged. So if I only got con crud on 1 out of 5, that ain't bad. So I'll take it. But long before COVID, I mean, Gen Con, I would say probably at least one to two cons a year, whether it was like Board Game Geek Con or Gen Con or Origins or whatever, I would almost always get some form of crud, even if it's just like a mild cold or whatever. So, I mean, I'll take a COVID test just to make sure it's not COVID. Obviously, if it's COVID, I'm definitely not going to my family's Thanksgiving. Point is, I don't know what condition I'll be in for Thursday. We traditionally stream, but it'll be Thursday night. People will be at their family, but maybe you won't be. Maybe you don't have a family, or maybe your family sucks, or maybe you do your stuff really early, or maybe you're traveling, or maybe you did your Thanksgiving tonight, or you did it tomorrow. So potentially, maybe we'll be here Thursday. I don't know. As for One Ring, luckily, the boys have off the next couple Wednesdays. So we're thinking it's going to take 2 sessions to play through the starter set. It says it takes 3, but I think we'll manage it in 2. So they're free next Wednesday and the Wednesday after that. So I think that's the December 3rd and December 7th. Yesterday, December 7th, a date which will live in infamy. So I think that's when we're going to do our One Ring starter set. So, and kind of the premiere of the studio. So it'll also be kind of like a tech testing. So there might be a Patreon only stream where we sort of do some adjustments and factoring and stuff like that. So yeah. Beowulf, I don't know what to say. It's hard for me to give this a grade. I mean, it's better than a C. I was happy with the mech stuff, felt mechy. I don't know, a solid B. I mean, it's not like I'm not like jumping over the moon to play it, so I'm not going to give it an A, but a solid B. I don't know. A B, and if we were playing Clan Wolf or Clan Jade, Falcon, then I'd give it a B+. How about that? If I got to play my cool mech, if I got to play my Omni mechs, I'd be like that. Mech Week games tier list. They all surprised me. Well, Tenra Bantro Zero is not really a mech game, to be fair. I'm going to give... how about this? I'll rate them, or I'll rank them, okay? My least favorite, I loved the hit point. I loved the plot armor, the plot armor ablation system in Battle Century G. And I'm going to steal that for some future game because I think that's awesome. In case you remember, you basically have a hit point bar that's for the combat, and then you have a hit point bar that's for the session, and then you have a hit point bar that's like for the whole quest, right? And if as you run out of one bar, you start taking damage in the other bar, and if you run out of that bar, you start taking damage in the bottom bar, and if that bottom bar runs out, you basically die or have some sort of narrative consequence. But then at the end of the mission or the end of the combat, that first bar refreshes. At the end of the session, that second bar refreshes. And at the end of the actual full mission, the bottom bar, which might take multiple sessions, the adventure, if you will, or whatever, that bottom bar, I really like that mechanic. But I mean, that's hard to award, a whole system to just based off of that. So I'm going to say Battle Century G was probably my least favorite. Then Lancer, then Tenra Bantro Zero, and I think Mechwarrior Destiny was my favorite. So, yeah. Again, I think they're all somewhere in that B to C range, though. Like, maybe Battle Century is high C, Lancer is like low B, high C. Tenra Bantro Zero is like a B, and I think for the most part, Mechwarrior Destiny is a B. But if we're playing with Timberwolves and Novas and Summoners, I'll give it a B+ because I love those. But yeah, I mean, overall, I will say this: is not. Yeah, so that I really liked it as well. I didn't like the format and the structure. That's what I didn't like. That seemed like it was so much work for a one shot. And Jess is here, and I think she played in a Jupensha at PAX. And that's another thing that I think is designed for one shots. So there seems to be this growing trend of one shots, becoming more popular. Now, obviously TBZ is very old, so but it is a weird thing. So that is the main thing that kept it from being as high of a tier. And for being an anime as to quote itself, a hyper Japanese game or hyper Asian game, that's saying a lot that I liked it that much, but I did not like that it was a one shot. Jupensha reaches. It's the worst thing I've ever heard. All right. No Jupensha reaches. But I will say the one thing that all these mech games have reiterated and reminded me of is two things. One, right now in my life, I am not about that grid life. I like a tactical combat. I just don't want to track like precise, zones and grids and, it's too much. It's too much. Like even in Daggerheart, I would not be using that stupid, it's the length of a card. I would just eyeball it and I don't give a shit. Right. So I'm over that. And the second is, I really like fantasy. Sci-fi. I mean, look, I am a diehard Star Trek fan. I love Star Wars to an extent. My love for it has diminished over the years. And I haven't really watched any of the other stuff that's on Disney Plus. I don't watch any of that. I haven't really watched any of the new Star Trek stuff. Basically, if it's on a specialty network, I have not seen it. So if it's on Paramount Plus, haven't seen it. If it's on Disney Plus, haven't seen it. But I love Star Trek. I love Star Wars. I love Farscape. I love Babylon 5. I love Stargate. I like Atlantis more than SG1, which makes me weird. And I was one of the few people that liked Stargate Universe. And apparently they're re-releasing Stargate, which is awesome. How do I feel about the upcoming Star Trek set? I mean, it's one of those things where I'm going to go, at this point, like, do I like Avatar? Yes. Does it feel like magic anymore? No. Like, it's now I just feel like I'm playing a bunch of like one shots, basically. It's like they're using a language that we all understand because it's the magic rules, but it's like a completely different thing. And the fact that we don't have blocks anymore and pumpkin, because I don't play constructed anymore on any level. I don't play standard, I don't play modern, I don't play commander, because I don't play constructed anymore. Everything I play is within the context of draft. So it feels like I am just playing like the Avatar game. It just happens to, it's the way that how the way that everybody uses everything and then they just use D&D 5th edition. Like that's kind of like what Magic the Gathering is. It's like, hey, I've got a horror game, and it's like, cool, you're going to use D&D. And it's like, so it's like I'm playing the horror game, and maybe it's got a couple different little additional mechanics or feats, or they added a sanity score, but it's still, strength, dex, int, whiz, cosmic. Like that's how I feel like playing Magic the Gathering. It's like, oh, it's Airbender, but we're using Magic the Gathering. Oh, it's Star Trek, the card game, but we're using the Magic the Gathering engine. Yeah, right. Yeah, George, 100%. It's MTG compatible. Right. It's got the sticker on there, So that's how it feels, where I'm like, well, this is cool because I get to basically play a new card game without actually having to learn a whole new system. And obviously I think Magic is a good game, and some of the sets have been, better than others. So like next year we've got Star Trek, we've got The Hobbit. Do I love The Hobbit? Of course I love The Hobbit. Star Trek. Do I love Star Trek? Of course I love Star Trek. They're doing another Marvel one. God knows what that's going to be. But to me, it feels like these are almost separate games, and they're like independent of the identity of Magic. So because I don't play constructed, though, I only see Avatar cards in, NTMNT. And I grew up watching Turtles. I love that. But I don't play constructed. If I played constructed, I think it would, I would rage quit, I think is what it would come down to. So, yeah. Uncharted Reaches with that Farscape OGL D20 game. I remember that game. Jess, you give me big like Pa Uzan vibes now that I think about it. Like you're kind of like half plant. I don't know why, but you feel like you could gain energy from photosynthesis. That's just a vibe I get from you. Another person who respected Stargate Universe. I love Stargate Universe for the mystery aspect of it, and I love like the meta element of it. I thought that was really, really cool. Yeah, so I imagine, yes. Constructed, I'm sure, feels terrible right now, for sure. You own that game. Awesome. A true fan. Yeah, I mean, you're right. Simpsons, MTG, any of this stuff. It's kind of crazy what we're going to do with it. Yeah, I mean, and look, Secret Lairs can do whatever they want. That's fine. I don't give a shit. I don't play constructed, so I don't care at this point, And I think she's just really bored. What are you're here. By the way, isn't like your entire family finally home for the holidays, and here you are on my stream? What's wrong with you? Yeah. Oh, the crossover IPs is just crazy. It's just gotten completely out of control. Completely. Yeah, I mean, you know what Stargate is? I'll tell you what Stargate is. Stargate, especially Stargate Atlantis, but SG-1 too, but especially Stargate Atlantis, is a D20 sci-fi game. If you watch Star Trek Next Generation and you watch from the beginning to the end, nobody really levels up, right? Like Worf, Data, I mean, they're all fundamentally the same character. Like most of them are the same rank that they are when the show started and the show ended. Like, they didn't really level up. Stargate Atlantis is somebody playing a sci-fi game, and they are playing with like D20. And they are basically like, they start off level 1, and then by the end of the series, they're ascended. They have Asgard technology. I mean, like, They have portable Stargates. They have, ZPMs, like they have like ZPM weapons, like they're one-shotting Wraith, starships and stuff like that. So it's, it's this evolution, for sure. Why is that? Yeah. So anyways, I preferred Atlantis to SG-1, but I just thought I liked the elements of Atlantis better. I thought the Wraith and all that other stuff was like way more interesting to me than all like the early Stargate, like, Egyptian themed stuff. That wasn't as much of my deal. Although in Atlantis, I always thought the replicators was a really weak storyline or whatever. The best part of Stargate was when they got Claudia Black and Bren Browder in there to play some weirdos. No, the best part of Stargate was when they did the episode, which is called Wormhole Extreme, where they're making a pretend show to cover up the government facility at NORAD at Cheyenne Mountain, and Claudia Black starts pitching them the guy played by Willie Garrison a show, and he's like, stop, that's Gilligan's Island. And he's like, if you're gonna pitch me a show, it's got to be something that no one's ever seen. And so then it cuts to her pitching this scene, and everybody from Stargate is playing a character from Farscape. And Ben Browder is playing Stark, and like Claudia Black is playing Chani, and they get Thor to play Rigel, and it's just, and they're saying all of like, it's the most like Fargate, like they're like Frel, and then like Thor shows up and he goes Zots, and it's like all of the weird Farscapism. And then it cuts back to, the meeting room at Cheyenne Mountain, and the Willie Garrison character goes, "You're right. I have no idea what that is." Is that where the name Dungeon Time Extreme came from? Yes, that is the name. That is where Dungeon Time Extreme came from. That is where it came from. For sure. And yes, it was a great episode. Yes. I love that they just straight up copied, they just took Farscape's two main actors and actresses and just put them onto their show and just said, look, it's sci-fi. Nobody cares. Let's go. So. Right. See, that premise, that was very boring for me. That was when the show was very boring for me, but yeah. Anyways, yeah, I mean, somebody was trying to teach me Riftbound at PAX. It seemed okay. With the energy. It's weird that you have you kind of have 3 decks. That's a little weird, but so in any case, that's going to do it for me. I hope, if I don't see you guys, I hope you have a great Thanksgiving, a great American Thanksgiving. Jess, apparently the Canadian Thanksgiving is much earlier in the year, at, quote, a more appropriate harvest time, which fair. I may or may not be back on Thursday. We'll see. It all depends on how I feel. Will I be bored? Yes. Will I feel well enough to do it? Maybe. So we'll see that. Meanwhile, this laptop is not going to pay for itself. So I really want to shout out the incredible support from my incredible, awesome, and amazing community. Thank you to all the people who subscribe with Prime. Anders, Jester, Borgie, Fasturian, Sinric, everybody who re-upped. Forsyth, Jackal, Jacob Online, everybody who resubbed on Twitch. Really appreciate you. And thank you, Jake, Mr. Blah, Clobster, C. Cav, Karamak, Osali, Taco Loco, Cal, Dr. Metropolis, Sin, and Thaddeus, our current hype boss leader, for the incredible support. I really appreciate it. Again, it was a lot of fun at PAX, and then I was like, yay, and then it was like, oh, and then my laptop broke, shattered. So, oh well. But it was great to meet you as well. I hope to get into some games with you as well going forward. I had fun playing Torchbearer with you, even though the mage kind of sucked. But yeah, it'll be a lot of fun. And of course, if you want to hang out with us and maybe play some games and talk to us when we're not online, that's what the Discord's for. I figured out, I had a little thing running. I spend somewhere between 40, I'm not even exaggerating this, 40 to 60 hours a week on my Discord. So I am there a lot. That's being like, you know, fairly active. Look, there's a reason that I am, I think I'm finally #1 on my Discord again. I have to check. Hold on a sec. I'm running it. Yes, I am ranked #1. I wasn't for a long time because I was #3 because Ben and London were ahead of me. But London stepped away from the server last year, and Ben has pretty much stepped away from the server this year. I mean, he's still there, but not as much. Dan, thank you for sending out the gifted membership. Thank you so much for that. Appreciate that, for sending that out. That is very, 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 very nice of you. I really, really appreciate you. And it looks like Alia picked that up. So congrats, Alia. Yeah, so, yeah, all it took was me losing my job. Yeah, so, right. Exactly. So turns out after I lost my job in April, I had a lot more time to, well, I lost my job. London stepped away from the server so he could focus on his family because, you know, what good dads do. And then Ben stepped away so that he could focus on his hobbies, interests, activities, and running other games. It took those two stepping away and then me losing my job and then me spending about, you know, again, 40 to 60 hours a week. And I finally reclaimed #1 rank on my own Discord. Now, that may not sound that impressive, but if you know what it takes to gain levels in our server, you will, that's a lot of time. Compared to content creators who don't even go on their Patreon or go on their Discords, it's a lot. It's a lot. So I try to make a, you know, I try to make it a point to try to talk to and listen to everybody and be there as a resource and available. It's the least I could do for you showing me your support. So I really, really appreciate all that. Again, I had a great time at PAX. It was wonderful to meet so many of you who I had never met before. I wish we could have had an opportunity to play some more games. Hopefully, you know, we got, that's why Origins is going to be so special, because I'm not working at Origins. It's just going to be for gaming. And I think it's going to be really, really awesome. So have a great Thanksgiving, and we'll see you next time on Knights of Last Call. Toodles.